Felicitations, my family of fledglings. Ghosts. It's also so good to unsee you. Hello and welcome. Top of the week is what we're doing and chopping at the camera. I apologize. I didn't mean to freak anybody out. I hope you're not scared. I didn't mean to scare you. Please don't be scared. Please stay. Hi. How are you? It's been a while. The days between when I stop a stream week and start the next stream week feel long to me. Like, what am I doing with my life when I'm not in front of a camera? That seems weird. I imagine other people would probably be more like, I cannot wait to not be in front of a camera anymore. I just want to wear my comfort clothes. I want to slouch and do shrimp posture and pick my nose when I want and not have to think about, oh, all these people are staring. What am I going to say? And just exist. I imagine most people enjoy the just exist component. I am just bred of different stuff. I said bread. I'm hungry. And wipe it on the booger wall. So I say almost nothing about my ex-wife. I don't think it's fair. Unless I were dragged into the public sphere by her, I don't feel like it's fair for me to say anything about her and be the first one of us to drag the other into the public sphere. Needless to say, we are both somewhat celebrity to some small degree. I don't know if she has an IMDb page yet. I do. Although I can't add projects to it, which seems really stupid. I have 6 years of projects I could add to my IMDb page. And because I can't do it, or either that or I need to pay for a pro website, which why would I need to show my work that I've done that I got paid for? Why would I need to pay for that clout? I put that stuff on a resume and then I get more acting gigs and that's fine. But why would I need to put it up on? Why would you need to pay for IMDb to host that? I should just have my CV on my website if anybody was ever curious. Anyway, CV, resume, the same thing. So I won't say this obtusely, but I'll say it with discretion. I know secondhand what a booger wall is. It is the grossest idea to me. And I come from a background where we don't really shame bodily functions. If stuff comes out of your nose or your ears, just humans are gross. We secrete all sorts of stuff from all directions. We have other creatures living on us doing like garbage collection, like eyelash mites and stuff like that. We have more gut bacteria helping the digestive process along than we do cells in our own body. We're more bacteria than we are human cells, from the tops of your hair to the soles of your feet. So yeah, we're gross. But I don't put my shit all over a wall and let it dry there. And then don't ever clean it. But I've known people who have. That's not even what we were talking about tonight. Our topic tonight is, thanks for kicking that off with an interesting conversation topic. Our topic tonight is superstitions and wives' tales. The things that you believe, the things that you feel like maybe you're the only one who believes it. Maybe your family has all said no. You've shared it with some coworkers and like, no, you're crazy. Somebody said that what you believed was a conspiracy theory, or whatever it happens to be. Things that you do for your health, things that you do for your mental itch. Like if you don't do it, you just get itchy. You always use the front right burner. You believe Troa is the king of self-care, like me. Welcome. Whatever happens to be, we will actually do a little bit of research online if it's that sort of thing. If it's like I always use the front right burner, there's probably a reason that we don't have to look up online. But if you got something that you think needs the light of day brought on it, or you know somebody who you don't have to share your own, you could share somebody else's. You're like, oh man, this person totally believes. One of the ones I was going to bring up tonight, that's a good point to bring up, is how people believe Social Security works. In that you put in Social Security money while you're working, and then you take it out when you're old. We can debunk that, and I'll just bring up actual ish to debunk that one. But stuff like that is our topic at hand for the evening. Yes, so we're gonna be doing. Let's pop into some. This is what we're gonna be messing around with today. I have a feeling like I want to stake out my house. I don't have a place to live in this game yet in our server, so it's about damn time that I start. And I knew where I wanted to build. I just haven't gotten around to it yet, but I'll get there. Okay. The hell is that noise? Tell me that's in the game. I hope that's in the game. It didn't do a sound, a subtitle for the sound, so it's kind of wigged me out, whatever that sound was. I think it's the sniffers. Maybe you're making that sound. I don't know. I passed out. Man, I'm reading into what you guys have posted already without actually reading the real words. I passed on a used car because the person selling it had schnozberries all over the steering wheel. And they were trying to sell it to you that way. Like they wouldn't clean the steering wheel first. They wanted you. Something tells me that person wanted you to see. They secretly were like, he's gonna look at the steering wheel. I want him to see him. I want him to look right at him, and I want him to decide what he's gonna do when he looks. Do you think he'll try to pick one off? What if he puts it in his mouth? Oh my god. Let's see what happens. My name is not Inigo Montoya. Bring snacks. Is that your superstition that you're not named Inigo Montoya? Because I'm pretty sure everybody thinks you are. I'm just kidding. I love me some Inigo. The girls have officially unlocked watching The Princess Bride. They were a little bit weirded out at first, and they were like, "Wait, it's like a bunch of live action adults in a movie, which they're not used to watching. They're used to watching animation or kids and that sort of thing." So it's kind of an educational experience in what good cinema could be. They were having the same doubts that Fred Savage was having in the movie. Like, I don't know if I want to continue this. I'm like, trust me, you do. I see Atra has joined the server. Thank you. There are people out there who believe that Joe Biden is dead. Whoa, I haven't heard this one. I have not heard this one. I mean, didn't he do a freeze on stage recently? Did he? Or is that clickbait that I saw? I didn't actually follow the article because I'm very cautious about what I click on, so that my algorithm remains in a very certain curation state. It's really important to me. But I'm curious. Has actually played by about 3 to 4 separate people, so he remains in office. That is wild. That is wild to me. They did it while they were driving too. So wait, did they drive you around in their car? They're like, "Hey, here's the car I want you to buy. I'll show you how it runs." They got you in the car, and then they're driving you around and just go digging for gold, stick it on their steering wheel, and then you notice, or maybe you already noticed, that their steering wheel was already like well adorned with a bunch of other crap. Like, how's that work out? Oh, hey, you're not just a horse. You've been tamed. I see. Yeah, I recently read this article, and this is wild to me. I recently read this article. It was a short story about a woman who came from like a family on the run. By the time she was in like high school, she had already attended like 6 to 8 different schools. Her mom kept packing her up, and so it was like, okay, we got to move to a different town, or we're going on vacation. And then they'd go on vacation, and then she'd say, this isn't a vacation, this is your new home. I'm sorry that I said it like that. Or sorry I lied to you. And she didn't find out until she was way older. Her mom was participating in a delusion, which apparently can be a thing. There's this psychological term called folie à deux, if I'm saying it correctly, where somebody with maybe like a lesser, what's the word I'm looking for? A more easily controlled or manipulable mind can be influenced by somebody with a powerful mindset that what they believe is true. And she fell in love with this priest who convinced her that her husband worked for the mafia, that he was being chased by the mafia because he knew somebody in his congregation was a snitch, and the guy died or something, and they're like, well, maybe this priest knows. And then he was sending her off on wild goose chases to try to keep her safe, and she was guiding her family around and telling them all these different things. She finally grew up and grew out of this. She tested her family, tested her mom, and said, I've got somebody who broke into my house. I need your help. I'm afraid they might be part of the mob. It never happened. And then she got in touch with the priest, and the priest was like, oh yeah, a couple of my men in the CIA, they apprehended those guys. They were absolutely working for the mob. I think they were looking for, any traces of evidence that you were recording, spying on them or that sort of thing. But they're taken care of. And then she was like, oh my God, no, I can tell. I know. I finally know for sure they've been making this stuff up. So so she backed out of the family. But what's absolutely crazy is that they had this idea that people who were either killed by the mafia or were serving the mafia but needed to also do like regular civilian life, well, hello, that they were doubles, just like you're talking about with Joe Biden. Like there are actual doubles being made with cosmetic surgery, training. They would go to these actors camps and study the person in and out and know how to speak and all that sort of stuff. And she said like even then she had some cognitive dissonance because as a little girl she was like, man, I could recognize like even the toes on some of my family members because kids stare at the weirdest things. And she's like, I can't believe they even got the toes right. So for somebody to believe that's happening with Biden, it's just crazy. And I'm sure they look at like, low pixel footage or whatever, like things that have been like re-uploaded on bad websites, and they're like, see, it's evidence. You see how when the pixel distorts there, that's not pixel distortion. That's like, that's the makeup sloughing right there. Or you can tell like that's not his jawline, because if you compare it to this high res image I have over here, it's like not the same person. Does everybody remember how like for a long time lizard people were a big concept in online like famous people were all being like cast as lizard people. And then as the resolution for cameras and resolution of online video got better and better, like suddenly all that stuff disappeared. Same thing with UFOs, right? UFOs had the same situation. The more people had cameras right in their pockets and could just take picture and film of literally any moment in time whenever they felt like it, all of a sudden all the UFO shit dried out. Ow, jerks. I forgot there's this thing over here that you can't get too close to, or some dudes will get mad at you and they'll start chasing you. Oh, they're doing a full chase. I don't know if these guys chase forever or if you can shake them at some point, but I'm not trying to fight them right now. I would rather not engage right this moment while we're trying to like catch up on chat and everything. Hi. Hi. Can you be my meat shield if they come at me? Oh, looks like that they dropped off. What's scary is that it's actually him, a dementia patient in office. Oh. I see what you're saying. I mean, we talk about term limits for senators, but we don't say anything about like the people who are in other offices like presidency. Why do we have two like absolutely really, really old people running against each other when all the young people have been arguing for, can we just please have somebody who, one, cares a little bit more about the future, like as in they're personally invested in the future and not just they say they care about the future. Like you can tell they're invested because they are young enough to live through it. And two, that they don't have like older ideals or ideas that have long since been let go of. You know, culturally, we move on and forward. And if you've lived through a few different eras of America, you might get stuck on one, right? You might have lived one that you're like, wow, I really enjoyed that phase of my life. And then ascribe characteristics to that era that you shouldn't because it's done. It's already it's been lived. And we can't just go backwards, right? We can't be recidivist. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I super just think it's really funny when we see crazy ideology that slowly peters out as technology gets better and better, and it's like it's pretty obvious what happened there, but at the same time it's hard for people to accept because they've spent so much of their lives believing a certain way. I kind of want this water to not just start right here. It looks cool. I like how much water is down there. I think it would be really neat to build such that we can invoke or what's the word like for integrate the water down below into a build. But I also feel like this ought to be a river somehow. But river, we'd probably want to set down either gravel or sand and bring this up, maybe around the portal in some way. It's going to be nighttime again. I'm just kind of I'm taking in this area because this is kind of where I want to build, is somewhere around here too. We're being visited by somebody. Should put on some tunes. I feel like I should put on some tunes because the in-game music is not happening really enough. Hi, it's Oz, everybody. In the flesh.
The snack goblin has arrived.
The snack goblin. Oh, I already had music off. No wonder it wasn't playing any music. I turned this off a long time ago. Akumu! I still get chills, and hopefully will continue to get chills. Thank you. With the wolf howls. I appreciate the choice that you've made. Okay. Let's put on some. I will maybe use them. I'm going to do something I rarely do on stream because I rarely have left myself bereft of these resources. But I'm going to eat on stream. Yeah. We're going to pull up some. Where is the one that I like the most? This one? This one. Harris Heller. For those of you who don't know, Harris Heller is he's a streamer who decided that well, first of all, I should say he and his wife did music for a while. Let me say hi first. You didn't hear the howl. Wait. You didn't hear the howl? How do we rectify that? Why did that not come up? Also, hello, Lost. Where is... I think I have a command I can invoke just to make sure that the howl is working. Let's try this again. Did anybody hear or not hear that howl? I feel like it should have come up on its own. It's not coming up. Poop. Maybe StreamerBot is has been updated. That's what it is. It hasn't been, but every once in a while OBS and StreamerBot fight with each other. I'm gonna keep doing it until it happens. I don't care if I spam my own chat. I'm not gonna be upset at myself for that. Thanks. If it wasn't for you, I don't know that I would have recognized that StreamerBot wasn't doing its job. So when you see something broken, speak up and help me out. I found you could tame wolves in this game, and now I need all the puppies. Do it, Troa. Make it happen. What was I just saying? Well, I said I was going to feed my face. Oh, right. The little Harris Heller thing. Yeah, he and his wife tried music, and they failed at their careers. I think I can safely say that without, you know, being rude to them as people. They tried it, and it didn't work out. He tried streaming, and he did okay. He was never like the world's leading streamer or anything like that. But then he decided to teach streaming. I hate to say it, but you know, people do make the platitude: those who do, those who can't teach. I love teaching personally, and I think he just, from what I can see with Harris Heller, he seems like the sort of person that just really enjoys teaching people. He enjoys that part of connection, and I appreciate anybody who does. I especially appreciate anybody who, thank you, who can teach well, because I think teaching is one of those things that everybody thinks they know how to do until you ask somebody, did the ideas I just went off on stick in your head? Did you learn? Not just did I teach, but did you learn? Because if your people don't learn, then are you really a teacher? There is a way up to the very top of this, isn't there? I just kind of want to hang out somewhere where I can get a view and then get some food in me. And it turns out he's a fantastic teacher, and then he took off. Once he became a teacher online, he then took off and is doing quite well for himself. And he's a business leader and job creator and all that sort of thing. And this is an ambition of mine as well, not to go into teaching how to stream. That's not really transformative enough for me. Like, do I help out other streamers all the time? Ask anybody who's a streamer here who's asked me for advice if I am good at what I do, and listen to them. Don't listen to me, because if you listen to me, I'm biased. You know, of course I'm going to tell you I'm fantastic at what I do. Hey V, how's it going? But what I'd like to do is be transformative of people's mindsets and help, you know, reprogram the world, especially to remove biases, status quo, conspiracies. That's kind of what we're doing tonight. Is talking about those weird conspiracy theories, superstitions, and everything you might have stuck in your head, and work with each other to help debunk or bring to light those weird ideas, so that we can all be better for it. And if we grow big enough, would I want to run a business? Yeah, I already do run a business, and I like working for myself, and I like creating structure and an employee experience for other people. So that's in my wheelhouse, and I'd like to do that full time as a streamer as well. And would I like to be a job creator? Absolutely. I've already been scouting for people that, you know, if our revenue increases enough such that we can run our household and bring other people on the payroll, we would do it in a heartbeat. Oz and I already we're not programmed to have ambitions of like, we want to grow and then hold all the money for ourselves. We're the sort of people that shine best, that feel strongest and happiest when we are in service to other people and producing worth and merit for other people. So creating a larger business, a larger stream business or concept or content creation platform than what we are, than just our household, has always been in my sights. And I'm definitely interested in being transformative of other people's lives as well. Which means, you know, we probably also wouldn't pull anybody on until we can pay well above a living wage, and maybe even better than regular industry standards for any job, because I'd like to incentivize people to feel like they're paid better than they could get anywhere else, if I could. I love hearing the howls too. I was so sad. Good. Well, I'm glad you spoke up. How many colors of wolves are there in Minecraft now? Oh, I have no idea. How many are there? Somebody do the research and find out for us. Yeah, so in a weird twist of, I almost never do this, but because of the nature of how today ran and how late we were on every front, including when we were gonna get tacos. I'm gonna eat some tacos on stream. So I apologize, because I usually never eat on stream unless I have to. And today I feel like I just have to. I brought up the, of course we don't have I don't have napkins here. That's fine. I'll just smear food on my face. I brought up the Social Security one before. I've heard a lot of weird rhetoric around Social Security. Jumping into county to see if I can return this donkey. You still haven't given the donkey back? Didn't you finish the training like days ago? Maybe, oh, because the client's not there. Good evening, Everett. Hello and welcome. I'm apologizing. I'm eating super late, so I almost never spend time to eat on stream, but we're eating on stream because I need food in me. And at some point when I'm done streaming, I need to sleep. So the sooner I get food in me, the faster I digest it, the better sleep I will get without having like that food right against the back of your throat feeling. I have been getting the timing right as rough. Is today's superstition... Today's question, what superstitions we believed? I'm thinking more in terms of what you currently hold, but I will take historic superstitions as well. If you can think back to one that you spent your life following, I'd be curious to know those too. Sam says 16 different collar colors, but just one body color? Oh, that's it? Oh, that's the whole variation in wolves is what color they have. We like Damien not starving. I don't know. Oh, Oz just broadcasted 110 stream streak. Amazing. Sam, what is that? That looks so cool. Is that like looks like an electric whip sort of thing going on there. Someday somebody will come in and try to beat Oz with a higher streak. I don't know how, because they're going to start later, but they're going to have to do something nefarious to her to make her miss a stream or something. Somebody out there probably likes me starving. I'm sure there are people out there that would look at my body and want me to have a different body than the one I do. And maybe starvation is the only way. Java must be behind Bedrock. I think Java and Bedrock make different decisions about a few things. They're mostly in sync with one another, but every once in a while there's like a weird policy decision that Java will not take on, and I don't know why. Makes me curious, though. What's the superstition of the day? Oh, you tell me. What's your biggest superstition? So far, we haven't gathered everybody's, so I don't know what to tell you. The biggest one I've heard is that Joe Biden's dead. And he's being played by a group of 4 different people. If we believe them, wouldn't we not identify them as such? So, yeah, I guess when I started the stream, I mentioned things that you've heard most other people, or a few other people maybe, tell you that can't be a thing, and you said no, it is. So you're kind of like at odds with others. I'll go ahead and open it up to say, if you've just had even one person tell you that's not real, we can side with you and go do research and find out if it is, and you can come back to that person and say, no, you are the one with the weird wives' tale. You're the one with the concept that doesn't make any sense. Because my super smart streamer friend Damien, he did the research, and everybody in chat agreed with me too. So now I'm back to bully you about it. Or we prove you wrong tonight. You can go out and then tell your buddy, oh yeah, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Also tails versus tails. Oh, it's a DJ streamer? I've only seen a couple DJ streamers. They seem interesting. It's not my viewing pleasure, but that emote's freaking cool. Something I believe that someone else has identified as a superstition. Yeah, let's go with that. Wait, what did you just earn? Deflect a projectile with the shield? Congrats. Good stuff. Also, no dying tonight. Not on my stream. Not on my Minecraft server. One thing that I identified as fact that somebody came back at me and said it was a superstition was our older child, older if it's just 2, older child started getting fever, and it was right at the time that she was teething. And I was just like, you know what? I've been told all my life that teething causes fevers. And I don't know the biology behind that. I'm a big biochem guy. I like learning that kind of stuff. I like doing research and finding studies and understanding all the like neuronal paths and, you know, what channels what, like what's happening to our bodies. How do we get this nerve sensation or this pain, or like why does this produce, you know, this type of syndrome? I love learning that kind of stuff. I really do. And I'm not beneath doing that on stream, looking at that kind of stuff. So I looked up, you know, the link between teething and fevers to try to understand what's the fever part. Why are we like trying to burn an infection? Do we find our teeth as hostile enemies while they're moving out of the mouth? Like what could possibly be going on? And it turns out it's something way simpler than you might have expected or anticipated that it is. All it is that kids, when they start teething, their mouth hurts so much and all the time that they stick their hands in their mouth to sort of like rub or massage or just feel what's going on in there. Like, why do I hurt right here? Natural instinct to grab the thing that you're, you know, if you just got cut on the arm, you kind of want to hold it with your other hand. Maybe some people hold it as like a tourniquet sort of sensation, but a lot of people just like grab where they were just hurt, like, ow, you know, it hurts right where I'm holding. And so these kids are shoving their dirty nasty, crawling on the floor, hands and knees, hands into their mouths. Our oldest used to make herself puke a lot because we have 2 cats, and their cat fur balls would get everywhere, and she would crawl with spitty hands on the floor, gather up cat fur, and then shove her hand in her mouth because of teething or whatever other reason, get cat fur in her mouth and on her tongue and on the back of her tongue, and that shit doesn't just come off. You can't just like clean it out with a swallow or whatever, especially as a little kid with not enough like mouth control. And the cat fur in her mouth would make her puke, just like upchuck her entire stomach right where she was. So glad we're out of that phase. And so what's happening when a child gets a fever during their period of their life where they're teething is they just get a lot of germs in their mouth from sticking their hand in there all the time because of how bad it hurts. It's not from the act of teething, but it's a byproduct of a behavioral thing that we do as humans, right? And so I explained that to one of my family members, and like in less than 5 minutes of me doing the explanation, they reverted back and they said something about teething fever, like it's coming from the tooth coming out, like it's pushing through the gum and that's causing the fever. And I was like, did you just TLDR what I just explained to you the actual phenomenon and gave you like a good understanding of it, just like I did with you guys right now. And this one family member was just like, yeah, it's pushing right through the gums, man. Does weird things to the body. I'm like, literally doesn't. You're full of shit. And I know it because I spent a ridiculously stupid amount of time researching this one stupid phenomenon. Anyway. Yeah. That was somebody else calling what I believed a superstition. And it turns out I was right. So I've been told by 2 family members that when kids do the downward dog yoga position, it's them looking for a sibling? What? Looking for their actual living sibling or looking for a non-existing sibling? Just curious. Are they looking for somebody who hasn't been born yet? Like, please give me a little brother? Or are they looking for their actual family member that way? And why that way? Why would they move in that direction? Hey, Silvos. I remember growing up hearing, put on a coat or you'll catch a cold, when that's not how it works. That, dude, okay. Lost asked what the superstition of the night is. I'm going to say it's that one. Because I hear it today, 2024. Millions of people. I hear millions of people. I let my kids play out in the rain. They get soaking wet. And I have people telling me, oh, I hope you have, something in the car to get them all warm and stuff because they're going to catch their death of cold. I'm like, they will not. Rain does not have cold. It doesn't have the cold virus or flu virus or bacteria in it. It's rainwater. They're just getting wet. Do we think that every time we take a shower we're gonna get to catch a cold, or is it okay because we've made it warm and we have a towel right afterwards? So, God forbid we stay wet a little bit longer. That one, it absolutely baffles me. I actually really enjoy being cold. I think it might be a ethnic perk from my background, but I love the feeling of being cold, and I like being out in prolonged cold for long periods of time, and then getting like toasty warm afterwards after a good long soaking cold. So, and I don't catch colds regularly. Something in this room, in this rather warm and climate controlled room, makes me more snotty and weird with my nose. Like I notice when I start streaming, I get a weird thing happening with my nose from something in this room, something old and musty and dirty or whatever, because I see a lot of old, musty, dirty things behind the camera. I think is causing it. But I've spent like long time in cold rain or just out in bitter cold weather without proper jacket, and it super doesn't matter to me. Did I type Old Wives' Tales or did somebody else type? Did I type it wrong in now I'm like, wait, how did I type it when I set it up in Twitch? Was that my fault? I don't even have my my Twitch thing open to be able to check on that. Oh, well. If it says tails, it says tails. I was in a rush. Don't blame me. Could also be pain that causes fever, though, because I banged my finger a lot, and it would be warmer than the others. When you bang your finger, though, it's warm there because that's inflamed right there. When your gums are inflamed, it super hurts. It's not comfortable at all. You definitely feel like there's like swelling. Some people, even when they're teething, can feel like the heartbeat sensation in their mouth, but it does not create a fever almost ever, unless you're getting some sort of like infection from that happening. Either or, I suppose, but non-existent too, because it happened with my sister's first kid. Yeah, not every kid gets a fever. Not every kid also is jamming like different kinds of bacteria and stuff in their mouth when they teeth. Or, you know, maybe they're in an area where their hands are cleaner. You can get pneumonia maybe, but not the common cold. Oh, that's true. I'm face tanking Titania. Nice. Oh, does it not? Okay. It is broken. Can I change it? So I don't usually monitor my own Twitch streams anymore. I used to. And then I gave it up. We did. That's my bad. Done. Sorry, that's one thing I didn't give to the mods. Maybe I should. All right, all fixed. You're welcome. I mean, thank you all for trying to help me out. Yeah, so, you know, and I think the number one reason why people believe that being in cold weather gets you sick is because people always get so sick during winter time. And the number one reason people get sick during the winter time is because historically we huddle up at that time of the year. You know, we all get together in bigger social gatherings. We stay indoors more. We're around climate control and HVAC and central heating scenarios where the air circulates around with other people near us. We share big meals from communal serving dishes at holidays, and it's bound to happen at that point, right? Most people see more family during winter holidays than at any other part during the year. Like, you're cross-pollinating with so many more people at that phase of your life. I'd be curious to know if in some culture, some society, where they do a lot more like summer festivities or summer holidays, and in winter they're just like, no, this is like a time to like hunker down. You like drink at home alone on the couch and that's it. If they have like less incidents of summer sickness and more incidents of less of winter, more of summer sickness as a result, because it's absolutely, you know, behavioral. This isn't my building, but it's the only like big built up area in this region of the game, so I'm using it as my safe place to eat while I figure out where I'm going to build my home. I think I'm going to build close to the portal because it's nice to have an amenity right next to you. Yeah, the Social Security one I brought up early on in the stream because I've actually heard 2 myths or conspiracy theories about it. And my taco is pooping out the back end. The first theory being that when you pay into Social Security, it creates an account for you so that when you're old and it's time for you to retire and quit working, you tap into that Social Security account. You know, the government's been holding it for you. So you put, $100,000 in from working over the course of your life, and then you get old, and it's like, okay, I retire. And you tell the government, I retire. And they go, okay, $100,000, that's what you had. So we're going to disperse that to you in regular monthly payments. And you get that money back like it's an account. And the other thing that I hear about Social Security is that it was at one point gutted by the U.S. government and dispersed out into something else. And they misused, misappropriated it and put it somewhere else. And ever since then, we've had some sort of weird problem with Social Security as a result of that, like, stealing that. I think they say it was Eisenhower who did it. Then we could debunk both of those. Has there been any progress on a gold farm? You know who to ask about that, because I think the one person that has done the most automation that was in the market of doing a gold farm was Crimson, but I haven't seen him in a while, so I'm not sure what's going on. I don't know how to get a hold of him. I mean, he came through Nico, right? So Nico might know how to poke him and be like, hey, did you ever start a gold farm? Did you ever finish a gold farm? If so, where? If you never got that done, though, that's probably a very high importance thing to work on next. I think he wanted to make one, but he was following a guide that involved breaking the game in the Nether, and we were kind of unsure if we really felt like that was if that was a good idea. I'm trying to play with my right hand instead of my left on the keyboard, and I fail. I fell and fail at doing that. Yeah, we just weren't too keen on having somebody like sort of break the game or use an exploit, even if it's an exploit that they've left active in the game. I think Mojang was like, we acknowledge it's broken, and then they've just never committed a fix to it to get up into, I think it's the part above the ceiling of the Nether. The ceiling of the Nether has bedrock, and you can break through it with a weird methodology. And since Mojang hasn't fixed it, some people believe like that's canon, that it's in the game if they won't do anything about it. I don't know. We felt kind of weird about that. Need more gold to finish horse breeding? Oh. I mean, you can always go on like a pigman killing spree, right? Isn't that how you get gold pieces? You just go hunting for pigmen altogether. What could possibly go wrong? We probably need more of us than just you and me, but make that happen. I know one day Lost said that he would like to hop on the server. Maybe we can twist his arm too. Oh, Choa also apparently has quite a bit stockpiled. The hero we don't deserve. Your hole in the rock home? What's the rock home? I left a villager for you there. Oh, like her other home that's not the Baba Yaga house? Well, there you go. You got a free villager. Is it getting misty? Can you look at weather in this? Very fabulous, fancy clouds. Does anything here say anything about weather? Or is that just the way sunsets are? Do they get kind of misty over yonder? Oh yeah, the cave. I know about that. I don't know why I never realized this, but I think it's just a artifact of the rising and setting sun that you kind of notice the mist more. But I think what that mist effect is just the clipping plane. I have it pulled in, so I don't have too many performance issues. That's probably it. Thanks for your patience. I'm not a fast eater. It's probably one of the reasons why I don't eat on stream. I chew a lot. I also don't like starting and stopping my food. So I'd like mainline this right now if I could, but I also want to stay engaged with the chat so far. So Social Security, for those of you that don't know how it plays out, this is a US thing, so I apologize if I'm saying something completely irrelevant to other people who are not in the US. Is something that pays for old people to have a better quality of life, so that if they have any medical issues or just having trouble meeting the expenses of the end of their life because they didn't have a good pension, retirement, or anything like that saved up, the government at least gives them sort of like a basic living situation, a universal basic income, almost, if you will, but for old people. And it's granted to old people as long as they were part of the workforce and in some proportionality to their contribution to the workforce, or like how much they were compensated, you know. But it's paid by younger people, because the very first people that received Social Security, there was no money for that. They took it from young people and gave it to those old people. And then those people got old, and somebody young gave them their Social Security money. It's always young people, you know, currently paying into the Social Security fund, that money goes then out to the elderly people. It's kind of rough right now because we have a lot of boomers that are getting into that I need my Social Security check age, and the next few generations sort of contracted in numbers. So we have less young people paying for more old people than I think in the history of the US. This kind of makes it rough. But it's never been an account that you pay into and you get your money back out later. You get paid by young people. Your money, when it got taken out for Social Security, if you're old, that paid into other old people's money. Yeah. I'm not sure how much I need. The horses like to breed weird sometimes. Oh. Summon the other day almost got me killed. Lost almost got you killed? Rude. That doesn't sound like our fearless leader. Just kidding. I believe you. I've played Back for Blood with him. No, he's usually not the one that almost gets us killed. Usually Oz or Nico goes off on their own. And then when that happens, when somebody goes and tries to do something separate, that's when we get in trouble. That's when I started to say lost his love, lost his life every time we play Back for Blood, as a gentle reminder that we should all clump a little bit better. Right, Lost? Oh, the villager almost got you killed? The villager left in my hole in the wall home on the server. Almost got you. What did he do? How did he almost get you killed? It's just a poor little villager. All he does is wander back and forth and say, huh. The other thing about Social Security, though, let me make this happen. me bring this up on stream. Social. Can I type with one hand? Apparently, hardly at all. Social Security myth. See if I can find it that way. And then do I have this on here? Yes, we do. We do. We'll take a look. He opened the door during the night and let in a drown. Oh no. Wow, there's a lot of myth about that general fund, I think is the myth I'm looking for here. This is from SSA.gov. These are all about Roosevelt, though. Oh, there's a part 2. Okay, thank God. We'll wait for everybody to get back from break for this one, but this is the myth that I've heard the most about Social Security. Besides, I want my money back when I get older. I want to vote in a politician who will make sure my money comes back to me. Your money never will. Your money got spent on old people when you were young. You've asked a really good question, and I just can't think of an answer. However, for previous beliefs, the one I may regret the most was believing as a kid that child kidnappings or murders were much more common than they actually are. This scared me a lot. Oh no. How did you... I'm curious how you came to that belief. Like what instigated your heightened fear, your like mismanagement of how much this actually occurs? So, the myth in question here, SSA.gov. So, I mean, as long as you believe the government, you should believe this. Hopefully you believe SSA.gov. Which political party took Social Security from the Independent Trust Fund and put it into the general fund so that Congress could spend it? This is, if you're young, you probably might not have heard of this, but anybody who's older than me likely either has heard of it, read something in the newspaper, on the news or whatever, or believes this themselves, like actively believes this. Or if you know any old people and you ask them, you know, what was the worst thing that happened to Social Security, they might tell you about this general fund. Congress spent up all of our Social Security money sort of thing. And then who knows where they're getting their Social Security from now if they believe this. But maybe they do. There has never been any change in the way the Social Security program is financed or the way that Social Security payroll taxes are used by the federal government. The Social Security Trust Fund was created in 1939 as part of the amendments enacted in that year. From its inception, the trust fund has always worked the same way. The Social Security Trust Fund has never been put into the general fund of the government. So what happened here? Most likely this question comes from a confusion between the financing of the Social Security program and the way the Social Security Trust Fund is treated in federal budget accounting. Literally just the accounting strategy. I'm choking on my own excitement about reading this. I'm so excited about reading Social Security history to you guys. Just kidding. I swallowed wrong. Starting in 1969, due to the action by the Johnson administration, that's who it was, Johnson administration in 1968, the transactions to the trust fund were included in what is known as the unified budget. This means that every function of the federal government is included in a single budget. This is sometimes described by saying that the Social Security trust funds are on budget. This budget treatment of the Social Security Trust Fund continued until 1990, when the trust funds were again taken off budget. This means only that they are shown as a separate account in the federal budget, but whether the trust funds are on budget or off budget is primarily a question of accounting practices. It has no effect on the actual operations of the trust fund itself. So there's no way that Congress just stepped in, spent a bunch of old people's money, and you know, basically raped and pillaged through a whole generation of people's retirement age. All right. There were a few reasons. One was listening to a radio public service commercial that said something like, a child goes missing once every 30 seconds. I feel like it's criminal to say statistics like that. I took political science at university from a real, like maybe the best political science professor in the history of the art. I don't know if that's true, but I had this hunch. Like if you could weigh your clout against other people in your discipline, that the one I took poli-sci from would win. It's made me really sad that I didn't go into politics, because, well, I don't know, maybe I wouldn't be streaming to you now if I was. Maybe it would be. Maybe I'd be a late life. You know what? As a politician, I absolutely love being on camera, and I want to do live streams as a politician. Maybe I would choose that. But this poli-sci professor said there are 3 types of misinformation that you can be fed in your life. There are lies, there are big damn lies, and there's statistics. I remember trying to do the math and concluded that I had a 25% chance of getting killed before becoming an adult. Holy crap. What a life to live, to feel that way, imposing upon you. When I was young, I felt like detective work was a lot more common than I gave it credit for. I was fascinated with Sherlock Holmes, Nancy Drew, Hardy Boys, Encyclopedia Brown, Carmen Sandiego, almost anything that involved sleuthing I was interested in. And I super thought you could wear a trench coat and a fedora and go out and be a private investigator and solve clues and go on the beat and do all kinds of like cool stuff. And I learned, unfortunately, the further I dove into understanding what detectives do, that you really had to like policemen, be involved in a police force, and possibly serve as a police officer. And every policeman I had ever met in my entire life, by the time I figured that out, that was a thing you sort of had to become part of the police to be a detective. By that young age that I discovered that the two were intrinsically tied, I had already met enough policemen to say, I will never do this, and I gave up. Gave up on my childhood ambitions to become a detective. You know Encyclopedia Brown books? Nice. Yeah, if there's anything involving solving crime or mystery or detective work, I was there for it. Okay. There are 0 napkins here. And I rushed to fill my face with food. So I need to go wash my hands. Are these wolves or friggin' ninjas? What's going on? Wait, the puppies are hiding. Come play so I can give you a warm home instead. I don't know where you find wolves. You might have to go to like tundra, cold areas to sort of get them in higher density. Where we've done a lot of our building, I don't know that you'll find as much to play around with. Could you give me the chords there so I can find my way back to where I am? Sure. Where am I? I'm at 214, negative 42. I'll even type that in chat here. Here's how you get here. Alright. I'm going to do a BRB screen and wash the food off my hand so I can actually play this game two-handed. Be right back. No guilds, no builds.
No guilds, no builds.
Not much 411.
Oh, a directory.
What do we see? Oh, how did you meet me? What's our backstory? You met me on the road to Markarth. I was headed there because
everyone else might be doing the helicopter dick. I'll be doing like the light switch, the little flicker up and down, like it's trying, but can't get the motion. But my belly's like just fucking. Yeah, I might throw myself around, but I don't know about the helicopter dick. I'll work on that. Definitely.
I mean, just do the hula hoop motion. You'll be fine.
It's definitely not a flaccid dick trick of mine. Yeah. Don't see it happen. If you clip that, Oz, I can see your fucking face.
She's like,
I wasn't gonna, but now you said something, and now I have to.
it takes a while for the dildo to rise. Not sure I'll mess with it, but it sounds delicious. Yeah, we're looking up dildo recipes, apparently. Womp womp. I'll go work on something else for a little bit, rather than sit here and craft all of the brick that's needed for this.
Troa says hi, just subscribed.
Welcome, Troa. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. 18 months. Crazy. Also, welcome. Troa is also not going to miss out on his watch streak. Oh no, we mentioned the watch streak. And then we saw so many bad things happen to the watch streak. Soren, how's it going? Minecraft. Yes. Yeah. Der Spielen Minecraft. Alright. I think I've decided that it's going to go over there. I know when I was little, I don't know if it was the DARE program or what, but I absolutely believed that drugs were a lot more prevalent in the world and that everybody was possibly a likely suspect of being the next person to be on drugs or be hiding it. And I even learned as a little kid that you just can't trust anybody, because the way that somebody would act if they were not on drugs would be to tell you, no, I'm not on drugs. Why would you ask me that? And would probably be a little bit upset. Like, why would you think that I do drugs? That's not who I am. But that you also, oh, is there a village over here? You could also ask somebody who was addicted to drugs, and they would sound the same, because they would be incentivized to throw you off their track. And they would say stuff like, no, I'm not on drugs. Why would you say that? That's not something, I don't hide them in my dresser drawer. Raid? Wait, why is there a raid? Where's raid? Oh, son of a... I think it's just you and me on the server right now. Send help. I'm gonna try to fight a raid, I think, without much gear. I got iron. Iron's fine. All right, how do I save these people from the raid? Oh crap! Oh, shit. I'm already hurting. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Big guy. Let me get some chicken in me. That was not a chicken. I just randomly put a torch down. Yeah, get stuck up there. Oh. Hang on, buddy. I need you to path really bad. Oh. Well. That didn't work out. Oh, no. And I've taken that theory with me until I was an adult. But when I was a kid, my mom reminded me of this later in life because I kind of forgot. I apparently committed. I did a drug raid on the house. I told my mom, I was living with my mom and my middle sister at the time, and I told them, I'm doing this out of nowhere without having told you ahead of time so that you didn't have any time to plan for this, but I need to look through your closets and in your drawers for evidence of drug paraphernalia, drug use, and yeah, this is happening, and you have to let me do this. If you don't let me do this, you know, there's going to be like a serious breach of like trust and understanding. Because if you really don't have anything to hide, then you will let this happen. And I raided my own family, who really did not show any signs of being addicted to drugs or hiding drug paraphernalia around the house. But it didn't matter to me because I felt like you are either hiding it really well or you're not on drugs and you'll act the same. Yeah, that was my theory. Let's get my clothes on, please. This stuff is all like close to, some of it's close to breaking. That's okay. Oh, I need my shield probably. Might help. Wait, didn't go in. That's what she said. Okay, where's that big, oh, I didn't want to look at that guy. Where's the big one? Where's the big, where's your big wolfy thing? Or bull thing? I guess I can fight those guys. Can I? Are they gonna stay down there? You can stay down there. Whoops. Come on. Come on out. I don't have like a good bow, but I'd rather fight them from up here. One down. Two down. Come on. I don't know what happened to the big meathead bull thing. Hero of the village! It only took one death. I mean, first try, guys. First try. We did it. This village has no living people, does it? Because the pillager home is right over there, and they've probably been subject to raids enough that they're all, like, dead. There's a bunch of iron golems over... Oh, wait. There's a villager right there. Oh, wait. There's another one. Oh, did they just all hide on, like, the far end of the village? Because I looked over there in those buildings. I didn't see anybody, and I was like, oh, it's probably all... They got raided out. Raided out? Raided up? They got eaten? I don't know. Whatever happened, I thought they were all dead. Many people believe that the U.S. won World War II. Some people believe single-handedly, no knowledge, that it was Russia who was responsible for the most German casualties and took the most casualties themselves. Weird. That's weird to me. What, like, why would you... How could you develop theories on how World War II, where it's like one of the most well-documented wars, right? Like, we know the ins and outs of everything about it. So how would you believe that it was like a U.S.? What does the hero of the village thing do? I just have a buff. It just says that. There's no benefit to it. It's fine. Sorry, Lost. I don't have a win command. What should win do if you wanted it as a command? I have a Final Fantasy channel point redemption that does the victory music. Why is this village wonky? All these people are set in ways that they can't really get to each other. I feel like I want to fix this. And then I feel like I want a direct path to my new house from here. So maybe I want to connect this to the land over there. There are benefits? Oh, okay. You know, that's... Speaking of superstitions on how wars have been won, how many people have heard that that the United States Civil War was about state rights from the South? Like their whole point in getting into the conflict was so that the federal government would have less oversight, overreach of power. Because America. I don't have the door we did it either. I kind of want to get... There's a clip of the... anybody ever see that one? I think she's just an Instagram creator who does the Dora voice really, really well. And she always, like, does dumb Dora impressions and then gets hit with something. Like somebody throws a book or a ball or something at her head. And that's how the video ends. There's one where she started doing the voice when she was, like, super drunk. And she's like, can you say borracha? And then she cuts out early because she was too drunk to continue on. It was too funny. Players receive gifts and discounts from... Oh, that's Java Edition. Discounts from village traders while under the effect is less 40 minutes. Wait, what kind of trade are we talking here? I don't really have anything on me. I wish I had emeralds. But I don't generally run around with emeralds on me. Do you have stuff? Oh, I mumbled. Are you mad? Do you not like me? I've got a cool buff that says you should be friends with me. I think. They all feel like whatever about me. Huh. They all just disagree. Okay, well, you know. Screw you too. Let me ask a question that, because my music tastes are pretty divergent from what most people listen to, and so I don't generally put on music that I particularly personally like. Do you all like watching streams where people put on music like what's on right now, or that you listen to like the in-game music? Because I know a lot of people like the Minecraft sound, but I notice a lot of streamers just put on lo-fi or ambiance or just something instrumental and in the background. What's everybody's preference? What do you like to listen to while you're watching a streamer? In-game natural stuff going on. Somebody was exploring in here already. Somebody's been to this part of the world before me. And they didn't fix any of the path? Rude. These poor villagers living like this. Oh, is this not how dirt road happens? Wait, what's the roadblock? Oh, it's I know what it is. It's the shovel, isn't it? Oh, now we can't make it road again unless we unshovel it and then that. Yeah, that's what it is. No mention of slavery in the narrative. Yeah, that's kind of, I think, yeah, what the thing of it is that people say, I don't know why, or I don't know what the theory behind this is, but people say, you know, it's exclusively about the idea that the federal government got too big and that businesses and residences in the South, they really just wanted to live life unfederated and to make their own choices about policy and controls over things. But the obvious question to raise to toss out, you know, why would they argue in that direction is what did they want states' rights to do? They were looking for states' rights to determine policy in what? Slavery is the thing you don't hear them say, but that's what it is. It's like, let's be real. You were trying to determine the slavery. That one may not have had a profession. Oh, is that why they disagree? I didn't see any villagers that looked different, but maybe that is what it is. So they don't have a profession set up. Should we do wood stairs for everybody? I feel like wood stairs are so prone to getting damaged, though. Yeah, I think they're all just like the same brown cloaked brother. As far as I can tell, they all look the same. Okay, let's make more cohesive pathing because this is a nightmare. I gotta fix something in OBS real quick. All right, this we can at least make things like ladder up a little bit better. We're gonna probably close this. Zombie just converted to drowned. Well, I've never heard that. I didn't actually hear it this time either. It was just an audio cue that came up as a subtitle. How much lead do we have before this next house? Looks like a fair amount. We could probably make stairs. Thank you for making it day. Doing God's work. Yeah, we'll just make a 3 wide the whole way up. And I'll probably make stairs on top of this, but for now, just do it this way. Are you sure about those chords? I just pulled them up to get back, and I'm in the 2000s, not 200s. Let's find out. Oh, you're right. Oh my god. I was looking at chunk. I was looking at chunk and not block. I'm at 3401. What was the other number? Negative 928. Put that in chat. I'm sorry. I read the wrong thing. Streamer brain. Yeah, I'm glad you called me out on that, because I looked at 3 numbers and I was like, that looks like XYZ. That I'm sure that's exactly what Troa needs to get back. Clearly unknown. I really don't want this path to look like it's so wide. We'll just fill this in with normal, replace it with normal blocks. And this, I don't know, just put some stuff up here. There's so much, the RNG of the pathing makes me a little on edge. It's just too much. There's this other path that leads to nowhere, but why? Should we even leave it alone? Maybe one day somebody will want to come in and build another road through this. So what we could do is combine these 2 roads together. I didn't think I was going to work on a village today, but the stress of like live putting together my home on stream, maybe I'm not for it tonight. Maybe I am. I got plenty of night ahead of me. maybe I'll do both. Do a little terraforming of the village, a little of my own hobble planning. Yeah, that looks cohesive, like somebody meant it. Any gold that can be spared. I just want to get the last 3 I need. Bread, which is painted. That's all. Okay, so this looks like there's a bit of natural step already happening here. A little bit. We'll start maybe we'll start there. Let's put one here. Something like this. Same concept that's going on over there, right? Roughly. Where's this first step? Here? Is this first step here too? That's back a little bit. Maybe we'll do it to match. First step up. First step up. Yeah, we'll match them. Let's take all this out for sake of getting back in there if we want to. I'm curious to ask. I'll probably wait until the ad break's over and ask this to the general public. But in terms of old wives' tales, I kind of want to know if anybody practices like home witchery. You know, like certain potions, remedies, salves, that kind of thing. This one goes all the way up to here. Right here. Should do that too. Nah, we'll leave this one a little bit lower. That's fine. Terracotta board is back up. I'll be reworking my portal room too, but come look at the terracotta setup when you have a moment. Cool. Sounds awesome. I'll definitely take a look tonight. Alright. This is odd, which I don't like. And this kind of leads to just nowhere, so I don't really want to leave this path exposed. Yeah, something kind of like that. Yeah, and so far as like old wives' tales, how many of you do like some sort of home remedy or like your own special witch's brew or salve or thing for like aching bones, cough or cold? Special rituals or remedies that you don't really have scientific proof on, but for some reason it saves money on Vicks Vapor Rub or Icy Hot or whatever else. Should we even leave these up here? I guess once you cap off a road, it doesn't have to stay that way. Robot, hello and welcome. I lost a stack of diamonds because an evil slime pushed me off an edge in a huge cavern with lava on the floor. No, a stack. That's so sad. Sad story. Okay, this one needs a little bit of a jog. The road is already uneven, but it looks like this would go right up to that one if we let it. So maybe the jog's necessary. We'll cut in like right here. We'll let it be 4 wide for a little bit as like a transition phase. You never think that you're gonna know that much about like urban planning and development until you start creating like a Minecraft server, Minecraft world, and then you're like, oh yeah, how do we do like street jogs? How would we manage traffic here? Well, not traffic, but like, what do we do to make homes equitable for this part of the, you know, you start thinking in terms of like what's best for your fantasy world. I stopped playing Minecraft since then. Oh no. You have to get back on the wagon. One bad fall should not determine your destiny in the game. Although I have like rage quit a really negative scenario in a game before. So I understand. I wouldn't do that to Minecraft because I've been playing this game since alpha. And I don't think I could just quit it just like that. But I've rage quit and never come back to another game. No, that's not true. I lied. I came back to it eventually. I did. But it took me a while. I had some other games out in the meantime. The game I rage quit was EverQuest 1. And I had a really good reason to rage quit it, actually. EverQuest 1 had a faction system that most NPCs and enemies all belonged to a bunch of different various factions in the game. And many factions, but not all, many factions could be altered over the course of you playing the game with benefits to your character if you were to befriend somebody. Similar situation with Conan Exiles. Oh, interesting. I haven't played that one. Right, so I was in an area of the world where these really cool, highly influential NPCs were, they hated me. They were ready to attack me on sight just for looking at me. And I was like, all right, that's fine. You know, I can live with this as long as I can find out a way to befriend them at some point. It turns out there was a quest to befriend them, but it required you to give a certain item to a certain NPC who hated you. He was part of this faction. And so there were some tricks some people had to give the item to him ahead of time. Most people had to just play through the game for a long time and unlock the ability to talk to these guys over the course of many months to get the chance to start giving this guy quest items that would slowly build up faction. You could make these people learn to love you. But I found a way that if you were invisible to him, he wouldn't attack you, and you could still pass an item to his inventory, and that would count as you doing the thing for him. And so I was playing a character who could cast invisibility. I cast it on myself. I would go through the arduous task of sneaking up right behind him and then giving him several of these quest items, and then running away before Invis went off and he attacked him would probably insta-kill me because I was so much weaker than he was. And there was a small fraction of a chance that every time you did this, it could trigger a glitch. Once the glitch was triggered once, it was irreversible. But it was such a small chance, I was like, well, you know, one, I'm going to risk it, and two, if it happens to me, I'm just going to petition the game guides, like, hey, your weird game glitch happened to me. Can you please fix it? Can you restore my character? So I pressed my luck a little bit. I did it. I did the glitch. And it wasn't like they had an outstanding thing on their website or whatever that says if you do this glitch, you know, and it messes you up, we're not gonna help you in any way. But I did the glitch, or I did the trick, and I got the glitch, and it reset my faction that I earned with every NPC, every faction group in the entire game. It reset all of my progress for years worth of playing EverQuest 1. I lost years and years and years of faction grinding with one small glitch. And I was like, I hate this. Can you guys please fix this? Just revert my factions back, you know, or pull back like an older version of my character or something. And they said, there's nothing we can do. Faction is a big deal in EverQuest 1. It's like a make or break for places that you can go, things you can buy, crafting that you can do. It's yeah, a huge defining factor of your character, and it takes years and years to get some factions built as well. So I could not stay in that game. I was so mad. Sam says, no salves, but when I'm sick, I like yukgejang soup, and I get very religious. Oh, please, God, make this shit go away. I'll do anything. I've never had that soup. Can you describe to me what's in it? I'm curious. Even if it's not on my dietary, in my dietary options, sometimes we can find a good alternative way to make some foods. We go to this one Vietnamese restaurant every once in a while that does a vegetarian pho. I know pho is not like historically vegetarian, but they do it so well. It's so good. And that's also a great soup to have when you're feeling sick. So you're like a frog with a broken leg. Not very happy. Womp womp. It's true though. I was pissed. I was like, that's it. You guys aren't getting any more of my money ever again. That's true. I was a paid subscriber, and starting that day, even though I didn't rage quit for forever, I did quit paying them. I didn't come back to EverQuest 1 until they made it free to play. And then it was like, okay, maybe I'll come back to this game and try it out. And I have a character on EverQuest 1 that I don't play because who has time? I don't have time. I mean, I guess I play it on stream, but who the hell in 2024 would watch me play EverQuest 1? Maybe that's the better question to ask. Oh, this is a lot. Maybe I'll go visit Akumu's terracotta board and see how that's looking, because there's so, like, this is such a mess, all the roads and everything here. This is one of the ugliest villages, but I do want to fix it and get it back in some sort of working order. If it's going to be the nearest one to my house, I want it looking spick and span. Hot spicy beef Korean soup. Oh, let's look this up. We're gonna I lied. Let's go someplace safe and then let's look this up. Last thing I need is for like a creeper to come bearing down on me. I think one creeper hit won't kill me, but I want to just like pop up a browser and then get myself killed because I'm not respecting the game. So it's not hard to get back and forth between these two areas, but it is a little bit of a slog, especially because there's so much like jumping up and down. If we just did like a tram that went horizontal through the air, like an L train in New York or Chicago, something like that, that'd be pretty cool. We can make that happen. Where's my chickens? Look at all these. Wait, where did it go? Okay, look at all these chickens. I just want to be up higher, please. Okay. Oh, who left this door open? Probably was me. We've already got my browser up. We just need to turn it on. Oh my god. You guys. This looks so good. Get in detail shots. I love spicy food, and I especially, above all things, love spicy soup. So this looks like one of those soups that even if I didn't eat meat, or sorry, even if I did eat meat, I don't know if I'd be enticed to this. Is there anything in here besides the meat? I mean, I'm seeing obviously green onion up on top, but if you took the meat out of this soup, what's inside? What's in there? That's what I'm not seeing. I'm seeing more green onion down underneath into the broth. Okay, there's some noodles, and then so I'm hearing carbs and protein. Yeah, Lost, we're looking at I'm probably not pronouncing it right, but a hot spicy beef soup. Yukgaejang, something like that. If I hear Korean pronounced, I can usually do a pretty good job. I went to a high school that was like 70% Korean. My class was. Maybe the other classes were too. And I heard a lot of Korean spoken around me. I mean, the kids were Korean American, so there's plenty of English being spoken, but I got a lot of Korean immersion. Now, at that time, I didn't think that Korean was going to be as important a language as it kind of is now that South Korea has had like a huge cultural boom in the US. It's become valid in the US to like Korean things, which I appreciate because I did get addicted to Korean food starting in high school. I didn't have access to it before then, but as soon as I did in high school, I'd go to a friend's like house for study, like a study group or whatever. We were working on group projects, something like that, and that's where I had my first taste of like everything that I got to try. Man, even just the first time I had kimchi, like it was a, kid you not, religious experience. I was like, holy crap! I've never wanted something that I've only tried for once in my life. I've never wanted something again so bad as I wanted kimchi. And now it's a staple in our fridge, like me as an adult. I couldn't convince my mom to have it around the house when I was younger. But even with all that immersion, the only stuff that really stuck as far as language goes were bad words. Lots of bad words. I remember so many different bad words. Okay, can I get this? Get this on here? Oh, it's not this. I'm dumb. I'm using my freaking minecart instead of the boat. Boat. Come on, boat. There you go. Let's make our way to Akuma. Making my way downtown, rowing fast. Piglins passing them. Akuma bound. Ba-dum-ba-da-da-da-dum. Oh, this roof is... Oh, just two different colors of glass. Still, we need to transfer everything to the light gray. Hi. Hello. So wait, this one is... That's not Akuma. This one's Akuma, I think. Badlands. Okay, yeah, this one's Akuma. Ooh, almost went in the wrong one. Not a big deal. They're close. I don't know how to make it. If I do, I'll never go out to eat again. I've been thinking about this. There's a... do you guys want to see... Wait, am I allowed to show this? Do you guys want to see my Notion? Does everybody know what a Notion is? Notion's like make your own sort of database, website, repository, images and emojis and links and like Kanban boards and all that kind of stuff, all in one central area. I've been putting together a recipe concept, like my own cookbook. Like will become Dee's cookbook of my foods that I learn how to make, and I learn how to make excellent. And I want to, like with each one that I make, do tastings, gather everybody's ideas and opinions, put together my own thoughts, and then make a version 2. And then do that again and make a version 3, make a version 4, and keep doing that. Keep creating and iterating through this small subset of recipes that I want to be absolutely excellent at, and then wrap them together, and that will be like my legacy. I don't have anything really that my mom made that I would be like, oh, that's so hard to make, and it's like her special recipe, and I'm so glad I have it. One, she never wrote down recipes, which kind of sucks because she's gone, so I have no way to get them anyway. And two, she never did anything particularly like this takes 5 hours of prep and a special ingredient that, you know, only our family knows about, or it's nothing like that. It was just all, it was pretty basic cooking sort of stuff. I mean, like, I still loved my mom's cooking as my mom's cooking, but what I want to do is create like a recipe list that is exclusively me, and that my kids, when they start college or whatever, move out of the house, that they will talk to each other and be like, yo, you know what I really miss? I want to go back home and have Baba's, you know, this meal. I want that. I want to give them foods that they're like, this is so freaking good and I'm craving it so hard right now. And the only thing I can do is go back to, you know, our parents and have them make it, because we don't have the recipe yet. And then one day when they prove themselves, they'll get the recipe. That's what I want to do. Okay. Sam says beef, bean sprouts, green onion, garlic, green radish, mung bean sprouts, fern break. I don't know what that is. Fern break. Look that up. Let's just do it that way. What is fern break? Teach us. Bracken. Is that what I was looking up? Don't search far for cave food. So apparently it's a cave food. Fern break. Gosari. Springtime people forage gosari in the mountains. It's green, fresh, can be eaten right away. What is this though? It says nothing. What is this? A picture for ants? Dried, pre-soaked, fresh. People seem to like it dried. Oh, there's the actual. What is this? I don't think I've ever seen this in anything that I've eaten. Unless I just didn't know it was in there. It's just foraged something. Okay, well, anyway, interesting. Red chili pepper flakes, red chili paste, soy sauce, sesame oil, black pepper, optional eggs. Heck yeah, I put eggs in all of my almost all of my soups, but especially if it's like a Korean soup, I'll put egg in it. Or sweet potato starch noodles. Okay. Akumu, this board looks absolutely fantastic. I really like the way it's set up with the color mappings on top and bottom, so you can like really quickly read what it is that's been made from. It's really nicely done. Whatever it is, it's delicious. You're looking for a secret family recipe. I mean, for me, I'm looking to create my own secret family recipes. I had 5 grandparents because one of my grandfathers remarried. Actually, 2 of my grandfathers remarried, but I never met one of my step grandmothers. She wasn't like relevant to my family in life. They just sort of like stuck to their own. They're, I mean, really like removed. I don't know that she engaged with my nuclear family in any way. but one of my step grandmothers became like the grandmother for me in my life. And save. Jam, I literally cannot do that. But thank you for the alert. I'm a big Kill Bill fan. Big Kill Bill fan. Huge. Huge. I don't even like feet, and I love Kill Bill. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So, both of my biological grandmothers died before I was born. One of my biological grandfathers died before I was born, and the other one died when I was 3, so I don't have any memory of him. And then this one step-grandmother of mine lived through... I think I had just met Oz. I was telling this grandmother about Oz, and then she passed that day after I told her. Just kidding. It's very dark. That grandmother would be like she was like the prime matriarch of a large family on my mom's side. Lots of kids that she raised as her own, like my mom, who is not her direct kid. And then my mom had a lot of half brothers and sisters that were raised by her too. She's a very core matriarch, a very strong personality, and we all remember and love her very much. And she hated to cook. She was one of those grandmothers that you don't believe exists, but they do. She was a very typical Mexican conservative grandmother in many ways. She was from Jalisco originally, and she probably had a wealth of examples in her life of people that encouraged her to learn how to be a good cook so that she could be a good wife, to learn how to be a good cook so that she could raise healthy kids, and she just hated to cook. So no secret recipes there. My mom cooked from recipe books, and sometimes just from her heart she'd just throw things together, but she never recorded any recipes, and she never made anything that was particularly difficult. I don't think that she hated to cook. I just think she worked. She was a single mother raising me, and not really raising my sisters. They were all like older by the time I was around. But she was busy. She didn't spend like hours in the kitchen slaving on things. She did a lot of things like out of box, like hamburger helper. She was throw a couple extra things in hamburger helper, and it was like souped up to be a full dinner. Or she'd take like a Campbell's can of soup and add cooked vegetables and stuff to it to make it into something more stew than condensed soup. And that was food. I mean, we were also like extremely poor, so you know, poverty food. I know poverty food really, really well from her, but I don't necessarily want to add that stuff to a cookbook, because I really would prefer my kids not to learn how to eat to survive. I would like them to learn how to eat to be healthy. And when I was a kid, we were definitely surviving. But I don't know if I could say all the choices that were presented to me for meals were the healthiest of choices. Man. You jerk. How'd you even get in here to set that in there? Wait, does it have to be picked? That's what it is. Get this boat on here. These boats are testy to lay down on ice. Whoa. Not where I was trying to go. I need to figure out something to do with that particular area, so you don't like fall out of the subway right there. But I'm not quite sure what the answer is. There's acacia. That is all Troa. This is back to the cherry. That sounds like my mom. It was my dad that did the cooking. Oz and I both like to prepare things in the kitchen, but Oz is very much... She takes after her mom, who is a master cake decorator, and Oz, I don't think she necessarily studied cake craft to the same depth, but just likes to make really, really good baked goods. So, you know, put something together in a very skillful scientific way with careful measurements, because all of the chemistry and the way the sugar and the butter and everything work together, and the baking times have to be right, and internal temperatures. Like, the more complex and the more methodical it is, the better Oz is at putting that stuff together. She's just fantastic and has made some very high level things for us in the past. When we had a kitchen back in the olden days, when a kitchen existed in this house. I sort of work the opposite way, and I really enjoy throwing together random foods jazzful. I once lived with a guy who was trained chef from culinary academy, I guess, or institute. What are they called? A place where they teach cooks how to cook. And he taught me some stuff, probably not everything he ever knew. But living with him, he, I had said, what are some important things that I need to learn how to do to have like my own, success in the kitchen? What are some basic strong skills that one needs to know really, really well in order to succeed in making good foods? How do I make stuff out of like just what's around? Oh, you just went over here and hid, didn't you, jerk? Of course you did. And there's like a dark place down here, which is where you probably came from. I don't have that many torches left right now. Not gonna mess with that area. So Oz is like I will follow this recipe to the letter, and I'm gonna do it so perfect because it requires perfection in order to get like the grand result. And me, I'm like grabbing random spices off the shelf. I'm looking and like smelling old containers in the fridge and going like, no, this is still good. I think if I add like these 5 things to it, it's going to taste like much better. And then, I try stuff, and sometimes in my jazz I fail, but I would argue majority of the time I do pretty well. I succeed with a fairly high success rate at making tasty food, even out of kitchen scraps. Yeah. I think I want to build on this side because I think I'd like to be able to see the pillagers' tower. I think I'd also like to look down over this area, but maybe not, because I don't like the transition from cherry blossom to not beautiful cherry blossom. So maybe what I want to do is build against this internal cliff here where the water drops down, because we did mention incorporating the water in some way. And I'll do water effects. I'll generate something involving water effects. Whoa. There is a creeper down there just waiting for me to possibly fall and die. Looks like it. Just chilling, just waiting for something to happen. Actually, I don't know if that's a creeper. Can't tell the animation. But I don't like that that's open either. It's sus. Real sus. Let's not, shall we? Baking is delicate. It all has to be perfect going in. Yeah. And me, I like the looseness of putting together flavors and experimenting and just trying things especially with knowing the stuff that I learned from my friend. If you're that friend, who shall remain nameless, if you ever watch my streams, which I doubt he does, thanks for imparting me with that kind of knowledge. And sorry I was such a shitbag pretty much every year that you ever knew me. Okay, I have 6 puppies. That'll do for a start. Now on to my floating islands. Congratulations. You're a puppy parent. Maybe I'll put it right up against. I like that these are like naturally occurring sunflowers right here, next to the portal. I kind of want to make that a thing too. So let's go. Let's maybe build a whole terrace underneath the waterfall and around the edge of this that is safe. And then we'll make this be like the basement level to the home that we'll have. In order to make this walkable, we'll need to do some terraforming to the dirt here. And can we... like, how far can you come out and still have a waterfall? I guess we can mess with that after, because maybe what we'll do is plant some glass down first, and then take out the stuff that the water is around. Whoa. Okay. We want to be on this level? We want to be on this level. Which means this needs to be filled in. I don't know how far we need to go in. I feel like... oh, wow. That was just a feeling. Just following my heart. That's a alpha player of Minecraft right there. Follow your heart and make 2 completely different entryways meet in the middle. Okay, we're going to make this part of the walkway too, I think. Right up against here. And we'll probably do like a fence or something and then maybe go one further in. Make this a bit of a patio, I think. Or maybe we'll even cut it wider up here at the top. Widen out the hole a bit so it's more of a feature. Do it right up against here. Yeah. Something kind of like that. We'll leave that one in there for now. Just to help safeguard a little bit that we don't fall right in as we're going around. Like I've said before on stream, but one thing that's not necessarily a wives' tale per se, but one thing that's just kind of like old thinking, and like the person involved, I don't think even realized what it was that they were asking, was we were very upfront, especially when the kids were like tiny, that we were not going to raise them eating sugar because of how addictive sugar absolutely is, how many health detriments people have from having sugar in their lives. And I'm mostly talking about like white refined sugar and high fructose corn syrup, highly refined sugar. But those things do make up, at least in the United States, the majority of sweetened things in our world. It's just it's a cultural epidemic because we were trying to solve for really bad agricultural problems in the 1930s, I want to say, by just leaning super heavy on controlling famine situations with carbohydrates, just like tons and tons of grain and corn and sugar. Corn being a grain, I should say. Oh, is it getting to be nighttime? I don't see anybody else randomly flipping it tonight, so I better go do it myself before I get destroyed. by somebody. While I'm building. All right, here we go. And so we were talking about, you know, different kinds of foods that the kids would be excited to eat as they got older. You know, things that maybe they don't have teeth for yet or hard to eat as a little. So we're just, you know, talking about theory crafting on what kind of fun we'll have giving them culinary journeys as they get older. And this particular family member asked, like, yeah, so when are you guys gonna start giving them sugar? And I think, you know, their idea was like, I've got some really fun things I'd like to, you know, share with them and see them eat. I think it would be like a really neat experience to watch them eat like this type of cake or this cookie, or see their ice, you know, their faces light up when they have ice cream. And just like, you know, so when is all that going to happen? And we're like, oh, yeah, by the way, when we said we're not going to raise them with sugar, we meant like, there isn't an age where we're just going to introduce sugar into their diet. You're like, okay, hey, we told you this was really bad and we've been avoiding it all this time, but now you're old enough for us to like actually do negative things to your diet by our own volition. Like, we concede, you know, we've been mean parents to you. Everybody else's parents give them sugar. So, you know, we realize we're the bad guys here. We're sorry. Here's our concession. Like, you turn 10 and we'll just take you to a candy shop and just go to town. Go to town. Yeah, it was just kind of a weird situation that we didn't expect or plan for, to have anybody ask us or sort out. We weren't expecting somebody to say, I believe that your decision to not feed them sugar is temporary. And I don't mean this is a slight to anybody who is raised on sugar or who raises their kids on sugar. Just saying what we've done with our family. It was more wild to us that we would be questioned as to when we were gonna. It felt like, they didn't say it this way, but it kind of felt like, when are you gonna give up these crazy shenanigans? Like, come on, you live in America. Everybody eats like an Ameriturd here, so why won't you let your kids eat that way? I think I'm running out of, or almost out of iron. I might need to run back and get some. It's the missed Easter egg hunting skills that are transferring. God forbid I get good at Easter egg hunting. Yeah, I'm gonna need to go back and grab some iron. Just real quick. I mean, it's not real quick, but I know where there's an iron farm. From when you found a pixel perfect way under the water. Under the water. What was my pixel perfect way under the water? Oh. Wait. What was that? For some reason I thought it was the elevator thing, finding the way to get down. That wasn't a pixel perfect thing. I don't remember the last pixel perfect thing that we did. Now, who has become my new neighbor? This house wasn't here last time I got on. I don't know. Who's built next to you? Under the waterfall. There's a waterfall in... Oh, you mean in Minecraft. For some reason, I thought you were talking about some way under the water in Mist, and I was like, what? I don't remember finding a pixel perfect way. I super thought you meant in Mist right at the moment. Alright, Iron Farm is... yeah. Oh, hi, buddies. Why are there so many of you right here? That's not creepy at all. Just 4 iron golems completely trapped. Iron farm. There we go. Lots of animal farms for food. Oh, with your new neighbor? Oh no. Uh-oh. Are we full? Whoops. Whoops. This farm's been full for a little while. Whoops. We can fix that. Iron block. Let's do as many of these as we can and get this cleared up quick. Just do it this way too. Might be faster. Oh, what am I doing? I just literally did the block of iron instead of the ingot. Pull them all. That didn't pull them all. I guess this is the fastest way. Yeah. They come out of my place and then go into his. Oh, that's why I started setting up gates around my portals. Gotcha. That makes sense. Oh, compost is for the poppies, right? Let's grab poppies and start. How do you... This is all just like a right click, isn't it? Or can you hold? Okay. Thank goodness you can hold. Let me just do it this way. Make it a lot faster. I'm so glad that they found ways to make the economy work better. Because I feel like there are a lot of things that you could accumulate way too much of too easily, and then there's nothing you could do with them. Or what you could do with them, like wheat seeds, is make more wheat, which would produce even more wheat seeds. You would ultimately end up with always overproduction of one specific product too much. Jeez, this fills up so fast. As fast as I'm working, there's just more iron being produced here than I can even do anything with, and more poppies coming out than I can destroy. It feels like the poppy synthesis moves faster than the composting does. I think another wives' tale that I bought into when I was younger, that a lot of older people tried to get me on board with, is that there are a bunch of things that you're going to need to memorize. They're going to be the way of the world, and you're going to need to follow them. This is the way that these things happened when I was younger, and they're sure to happen this way too when you are older. It's just the way of the world, and you're gonna have to learn the world this way. And then as I got older, everything turned on its head. I almost wish I was born like a little bit later. Wouldn't be physically possible because my parents had me at like almost the end of their progenitive portion of their life. But I wish I could have grown up in a world where the parentals understood that progress and change in the workplace, in familial relationships, in your friendships and communications, that all those things change so rapidly that there is no learning and memorizing a specific standard and cohering to that. But my family taught me, learn the rules the way we learned them, follow the patterns that we've followed, and this is going to be the only way. And I learned time and time again in my adult life that they were wrong on like every count, everything that they swore. Well, I almost just destroyed this instead of right clicking it. That everything they swore was like an absolute truth of our lives was mythical. Am I running out of room for bone meal too now? Jeez. Oh, well, I have all these wheat seeds for no good reason, though. Can you compost wheat seeds? Oh, you can. I'll just get rid of wheat seeds, too. Fuck 'em. Yeah, like, ideas like you're going to lose contact with your friends from different eras, and so, like, don't even bother maintaining relationships with them or, like, making plans based around their lives and their interests. Part of the reason why we moved where we moved was because a school buddy of mine had already vetted this area out, and I could kind of lean on him for knowledge and advice on what this place was like. And if I hadn't maintained communicative relationship with him, then I wouldn't have had him as a resource to help us make one of the most vital decisions about like where we're gonna edify, where we're gonna relocate ourselves to, which I was super against. I really didn't want to move out of Southern California, but big reason being because after my grandmother, who was like the core matriarch of the family, passed away, I had an uncle who I really looked up to. It's kind of a big mentor for me in my life, and somebody I strive to be more like daily. He was like the magnet. Everybody would gather around like his patriarchal magnetism to the family. You know, first it was my grandmother, then it was this uncle, and then when he passed a few years back, I had this urge and this pull to connect up with my cousins and nieces and nephews and everybody. Like, hey, would you be accepting of me wanting this role for myself? And a lot of people were like, yeah, it would be great if you would be the next one. And so I thought, I'd like to work really hard, get a really big house so I could have all the family over. Not a big house for like big house sake, but for family get-togethers. Maybe just a small house with one really big room where we could have family get-togethers, or we could share a meal together for holidays or whatever. Do potlucks. But like something like that, and like be close to all of them. They all live in Southern California, like all my cousins and everything. So it's like, it just sort of makes sense. Wait, why do these not? Oh, because these aren't full. Once these are full, then it's different. Got it. Jeez, these just like pile in so fast. Ah, poop. This is not what I wanted. Okay. See how fast we can. This thing just fills right up. Crazy fast, just fills right up. What I wanted. Why is it doing this? Oh, it does this every time. Oh my How do we... There. That's how. I was struggle busing. Stop putting poppies down. It's just all poppy. There we go. Oh, I don't really want this egg or this bone either. Can we just trash those? Damn it. Come on. Oh, and of course the bone and the egg come back. So, the big plan was to stay in Southern California and be this for my family, be the next patriarch, and then we just couldn't afford it. Maybe, oh, I need to do this, don't I? There's no feasible way to make that kind of money with the skills that I had, which have like not a highly skilled person, but I do okay. I'm smart, but I'm bad at academics. And we were just trying to find some place that was reasonable to be able to afford. So, you know, we were looking at, okay, so we can't quite do Southern California. Could we do like Southeastern California? It's kind of all like just desert and meth a whole lot. But we got to make something happen. You know, we can afford a house in most places, but not in Southern California. It's like the one place that we wanted to be in, the one place we couldn't really afford. So it's like, okay, if we can't like rightly afford it here, there's got to be some way we can make it happen. So we kept expanding our search farther and farther out. And the farther we expanded our search, the more obvious it was we were not going to be able to afford living in California. Period. That was it. Desert meth? Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Tell me about the high desert. Tell me about Palmdale, Lancaster, and Apple Valley. I mean, I grew up in Oregon. Oregon's like meth and fentanyl central now out of anywhere in the US. Anyway. It wasn't gonna happen the way we were making money or not making money. So I didn't have any hope that we were gonna get anywhere. And if it wasn't for my one friend that I maintained ties with against all logic, that you know, my family said, don't do this, don't maintain friendships and make life decisions based on whatever, something that's gonna possibly go away later on. You're gonna move somewhere to be closer to some friend, and then you guys aren't gonna be friends for much longer, and you won't even know that it's gonna happen until you've dedicated so many resources to becoming, you know, that close friends to that person. And then you're screwed. Then you're living somewhere you didn't want to live. But every time I've chosen something different from my parents saying, not my parents, but all my family saying, this is the way of the world, this is the way it was when I was little, this is the better way, or, you know, it's so depraved now, the country, the way it is now, it was so much better when I was younger. They've always been proven wrong, every single time. Progress is a way of life. Learning new systems is a way of life. And I'm proud to be like maybe among the oldest people in my family to accept constant change and to not be afraid all the time. Not be upset that things are inevitably moving away from where they were comfortable for me. but always finding my comfort in the new normal. This is where I was thinking I was going to go with tonight's chat, but then I went there. I didn't think I was going to spend so much time in this one farm just making it start to fill new stuff again. But, you know, I'm doing some heavy lifting here, apparently. You go down there. You go there. I'll just take that many. And maybe I'll also make myself some new tools while I'm at it. Definitely gonna need a new shovel. And have they destroyed anything else while I was through? I almost need a new helmet. Might as well have the helmet in reserve because this one ain't gonna last long. I'll just take whatever else gets dumped from this guy. I'm not saying every state doesn't have its problems too. Coming to Georgia, we definitely saw our own issues here in this new state. But the difference between us having the issues Georgia has and working to deal with them in a new area for us and the issues that we would have had staying in California is we can actually afford to live here. That's really the big thing. We can actually, when we move to Georgia, actually afford being here. I'm headed to bed. Haven't quite recovered from a recent trip. By all means, relax, sleep well. Hope you recover quickly. And we'll figure out what we're going to do on Friday. Probably something that you can be involved in, I suspect. So, if I don't talk to you sooner, have a good night. I mean, even if I do talk to you sooner, have a good night. But I'll at least talk to you on Friday. Yeah, I think the crazy part is so many of our family, I feel like, succumb to a certain amount of peer pressure. And maybe this is sort of related because I feel like there's a superstition that's going on, at least in my family. And I don't know if you all feel this with your families as well. But this idea that the place where your family has chosen to sort of like promulgate its numbers and edify everybody, like that is the best place for your family. Whatever state that happens to be, or whatever city or metropolitan area or whatever, that somebody in the family or some few in the family have decided for the masses, and they have told you all, we as a family, this is where we live, this is where we are going to be our happiest and thrive, this is the kind of place that people like us live in, and have made that a part of the rhetoric for like why you should also live there, why your life choices should revolve around being in that environment too. I see that with my family with Southern California, that so many of my family lives there, and that is just like, well, where else would we go? What else could we possibly do? We have to be here. Everybody else is here, and we all have to be here, and there's so many reasons why, if you look at the state of the country, why we couldn't possibly be anywhere else, because of so like all the bad that's happening everywhere. Haven't you watched the news? Southern California is, you know, safest and best for us in our future. And it's not like these other places in the country are so much more crazy or wild or unsafe or whatever. But it is that California is crazy expensive, and I can't, having now lived in several different states in the course of my life, sort out what it would be in California that gives it its value for the costs that you pay. Like, everywhere costs money. Some places cost more, and sometimes it's obvious. There's a reason why there's so few people in North Dakota. It's so cold and it's so desolate, and there's so few opportunities for jobs. I get it. Even if you grew up there, I get if you want to move away from there, why you would. It makes sense. The whole, like, people moving away from a place because there's no opportunity, I've heard it called brain drain. And I believe places like North Dakota absolutely suffer from this brain drain, where smart, talented people go to places where they will pay smart, talented people smart, talented money to work. But it's cheap as hell. And of course it's cheap as hell. You know, they're trying to incentivize literally just anybody who has a little bit of money, like, please come, please live in North Dakota. And for everybody that says, you know, there's such a housing crisis in the U.S., you can't afford a house at all, you could always go there. You could always go to North Carolina, or you could go to North Carolina, North Dakota. You can, you know, suddenly with a new insurge of a bunch of people who all decided at the same time to go move there, it might transform things. And I mean, with HVAC, central heating, you know, plus maybe good wages if you get a nice work from home job, like, it might be transformative. You never know. You might help transform the state. California, on the other hand, in reverse, it's like, for the amenities that the state has, it has nice mountains, nice forests, nice coast, nice weather, good agriculture, high GDP for a state. I mean, if it were a nation and it had its own GDP, it would be a really high GDP. Those things are not unique enough to warrant the crazy cost. Like, would I spend more to live in Southern California? Yeah. If I got rich right now, I'd consider moving back if I got rich, just to be closer to that aforementioned family and be that magnet person in the middle of all of them. I'd consider it. But I could also be in Georgia and living even better than I was when I wasn't rich, like now. And what would it be besides my family? If I didn't have family in Southern California, what would it be about California that would warrant the crazy amount of money it costs? It doesn't make any sense. I've never heard it. I don't get it. I don't understand it. To me, it's definitely worth more money than other states. Absolutely worth more money than other states. But I can't. There's no way it's worth as much as they're charging for real estate there now. There's no way it's that much. It's highly overvalued. It's like blood diamonds. You know, everybody understands that they are, you know, hard to get, and that there's, you know, some material cost involved in getting a diamond out of the ground. But a lot of younger people aren't willing to buy diamonds because overall it's a shitty amount of money that you pay for a colorless stone that's gotten from what's the word I'm looking for? Like, unethical means. Like, you don't want to support the industry. You don't really want to support the artistry behind a diamond because, like, they're probably the least interesting of the precious gems, just insofar as what they are and can do, how they look. I'd rather have any naturally colored gem than one that has no color to it. And I'd rather live somewhere where more of my money goes back in my pocket than live in California for what I can't find as far as its value. My fam feels that way, but half the kids all moved way away, so my folks only convinced half of us. Interesting. And Utah also has the "this is the place" story from the LDS religion. And here's the weird part. you probably know this because of how you were raised, but it wasn't the place, right? It wasn't the place. It wasn't Utah. Utah was the place that they went when they got like violently attacked and forcibly relocated to just move out of where they were trying to edify, because the locals weren't down for their first attempt at establishing themselves. Wasn't that in... It was in M state, wasn't it? Michigan, Missouri? What other states start with an M that are kind of in the Midwest? But it was, I mean, it wasn't the East Coast, but it was like somewhere they tried to make the church. And the locals were like, we're just going to hang all of you. And they're like, you know what? The deserts of Utah are our promised prophesied land now. So please don't murder us. If you don't hang us, we'll go move to a desert far away. The best thing would be to have a Cali salary and living in Georgia. I mean, when you say Cali salary, do you mean earning money that you think people are paid in California? Because I've been paid money that companies have decided is the California wage for working for employing people, and they give you a pay boost. You know, like I went to training for one job I had that the people I was with, one of them was from British Columbia, one was from Texas, one was from Florida. I can't remember where everybody was from. But, you know, when we were in training, we were keeping our big mouths shut because I think we were all trained by corporate America and never talk about wages, which is it's just such a power play, such an awful thing for companies to do. And I hope that we break farther and farther from that tradition in the future, that everybody shares what they make. I've even considered putting up my streaming, like my financials, so people can see where stream funds go, how everything's reinvested. To date, we have basically reinvested everything into the business, so that you will only see like a constantly growing content creator brand. Hello. I'm sure it's going to be a Deadass giveaway, but hosting your Mr. D. Hey, what's up, Cribby? Tell the miss I love her face and the bebis. Will do. Thanks for popping in the other day to our voice chats. You transform the energy of this household. I don't know what to say, but we like having you actively engaged in our family, and especially with the kiddos. You're without question, your family to them. Like, they don't know any better. We haven't said as much, but you know, we said like, oh yeah, this is basically your aunt. They'd be like, okay, whatever you say. I'll bet they'll just adjust pay even for remote work. I don't know. Here's the thing, like most companies will, you can at least argue with them like, hey, quality of life standard here is different. I had a remote job where they gave me an offer for how much they were going to pay, and I really wanted this job because it was remote, but it was going to be a pay cut from the job I was already working on an hour by hour level. And God, I just burned through these so quick, don't I? I should have probably brought more iron, but it's fine. I'll make 2. Toady, hi. How we doing? We were talking superstitions and wives' tales and breaking bad theories tonight. But yeah, I really wanted this job, but at the same time, I said, you know what? I can only try this once. I might as well try it. I told the CEO I had to do an interview with the CEO, which I already didn't want to do because that made me super nervous. But he was the one that gave me my offer. And I was like, do you always give the monetary offers? Because that's super, what I'm looking for, intimidating. But he finished telling me how much they wanted to compensate me for my role. And I was like, listen, I've done a little bit of research for like the type of work I'm going to be doing. And one, I'll be taking a pay cut. Two, like at the time where we lived in Southern California, I like mentioned the locality and the cost of living around that area. I was like, I'm not trying to highball you for more money in my pocket. The highball that or the counteroffer I'm going to give you is just so I can like make things equivalent. Like literally it's just going from, you know, your payroll department into my pocket temporarily and right back out again into the way Southern California costs. So I actually got that counteroffer for that particular job, which oof, I hate doing anything involving like, hey, let me stand up for myself and possibly ask for fairness. Even if it's fair, there's still a part in my head that says it might be fair, but it's not. You don't deserve this. Somebody else deserves fair. You don't. They call that imposter syndrome or something like that. Yeah. This is the place stories from their arrival in Utah, just out of Salt Lake City. The place they were chased out of was Missouri. Hey, I remember the first letter of the state. Richmond, Missouri. And entertainingly enough, it was called the Liberty Jail. Wow. Listen, sheep. Nobody invited you to my new house. If you stay here, you may become denizens of my basement. By your choice, not mine. Your decision if you want to be basement dwellers. Superstitions are fun. Oh yeah. Do you have any? I have just one small theory. It's not something that affects my day-to-day choices, but I think everybody is a little more fun when they keep just one mild conspiracy theory, as long as it doesn't hurt anybody. And mine, it probably will never hurt her if I say this, so I'm just going to say it because I've said it on stream before. And, you know, if it ever becomes an issue where she takes legal action on me, then I'll preface this by saying allegedly. I think allegedly Courtney Love killed Kurt Cobain. And I will hold on to that theory until I am irrevocably proven otherwise. Yeah. Imposter syndrome happens to the best of us, makes us feel like the worst of us. Yes. 100%. I hate the problem with me and imposter syndrome. I don't know if this has happened to anybody else. Did any of you grow up sort of having everybody say like the same thing to you all the time? Like, you're so pretty, or you're so handsome, or you are so artistic all the time, or like, you're so smart. For me, I didn't hear handsome, but I heard, because I definitely wasn't growing up, but I definitely heard you're so smart. I've even heard people say like, I love your brain, which is a little bit B-science fiction movie creepy. Like, what do you want to do with just my brain? Why are you mentioning just my brain right now? But when somebody tells you, oh, you're such a smart guy, you're such a smarty, first time you hear it, first time I heard it, I have no idea when that was, I probably felt like really warm, like, oh, that, how sweet. Like, really? You really think like I'm a smart guy? Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Well, I probably didn't say all that. I was probably just a kid and was like, you know, couldn't be bothered with people giving me attention. What was that sound? Something did a metallic like plopping sound or something. But like the 1000th time somebody tells you you're smart, you start to like, one, become sort of desensitized to it, and two, I don't know. And two, you start to not believe people. Like, do I believe that there are plenty of dumb people in this world? Yeah. Am I smart compared to dumb people in this world? Probably. Have I met smart people? Oh yeah. I've met so many smart people. I've met so many way smarter and way... Here's the thing. Like, I know a pretty good amount of people who are smarter than me, but what I feel worse about and what I think gives me real imposter syndrome is I know people who work a lot harder than I do. Like, when it comes down to focusing on academics and learning new things and applying things so that I can become like a better person who makes more money and creates more stability for my family and who spends my free time enriching myself, body, mind, and soul, and somebody who has like good emotional control and acumen so that if I have something traumatic or what's the word I'm looking for, really affecting my life, that I can navigate those waters with high emotional intelligence. I feel like I'm lacking in a lot of those areas compared to a lot of other people, such that I don't even deserve the money that I earn. I don't even deserve the family that we've built, and that what little gains that I make in my life with like, hey, I managed to do this with my diet, or hey, I'm doing better with finance, or hey, I listened to somebody really caustic and hateful and it didn't like affect my emotional well-being. I was able to ride through it like a duck. I feel like it's all of those things. I'm at such a deficit compared to other people that I'm not deserving of the good things that have come through so far. Why, rain? Why must you hide the sun and betray me by allowing monsters to spawn and attack me? Okay. That's where I feel like imposter syndrome about. I feel like I do have worth and value, but I'm quick to compare myself to other people whose worth and value shine brighter than me, or at least I compare myself to them in such that, and I think I'm being fair in my analysis in my own head, that that I don't achieve at the same level that a lot of other people do, and yet I feel unfairly compensated with good things in my life compared to other people. Like, I should be at a lower station based on what I'm capable of. Does that make sense? Does any of that make sense? Good for you. Got to ask for what you want or you'll never get it. I mean, yeah, I should do that more. Troa told me last month that I should have a stream goal up for the next thing that we're funding. And I said it's too expensive. I don't want to put it up. So I'm still struggling with stuff like that. Yeah. There were books about that. Books about what? I had that, but like the opposite. What do you mean? Like you were highly qualified and in many ways you should have gotten more than what you actually got? Like your lot in life turned out actually much worse than you feel it should have? Am I reading that right? I got smart, mature, and handsome. The eye started twitching when it happened at about 13. Yeah. I feel like people get weird about little humans. Like, a lot of people don't know the right things to say to benefit young minds at a in a good, I don't know. Like, our kids are really, really pretty. Like, really pretty. And people are motivated to say that to them all the time. And I'll wager not a single old person that looks at them and says how pretty or cute they are, or stunning, or oh, there's monsters nearby. Can I not use that bed? Can I use this one? Monsters nearby. Can't use this bed either. Okay, that's a problem. We're gonna have to do more cultivating of the lands around us, I guess, to make this area safer. It's not even safe enough to go to sleep. Oh, thank you. But they say it not thinking, I wonder how many times this kid has heard that they're pretty today, which is a lot. It's a lot. And the more a kid gets told that something that's aesthetic about them is high value, or that that's what people zero in on, the more it convinces the kid that that's something important. Now, I plan on raising our kids such that they understand the importance of aesthetics and optics, because I think that there is a game to be played there. And if you already start with a bit of a pretty advantage, if they continue to be pretty when they go through puberty, we'll see. Then, you know, lean on that. Lean on your natural talent in that regard, because it works on people, which sucks, but it does. But also, we drill in their heads because of other people. We drill in their heads, hey, being polite and fair, being courteous and kind, being smart and thoughtful and having foresight, being healthy and focusing on investing in the you 50 years from now, that person's health. Like, all of these things matter excruciatingly more than what these random strangers see in you. And what they see in these girls is just what they can see at a quick glance, right? They can't see any of that other stuff. They don't have enough time to see all of that other stuff. So they're just saying, like, the simplest, quickest thing that they think sounds like a compliment when it's really old and boring. Now, I say that in a way that makes sense to a 3-year-old for the tiny, but you know, it's got to be that we change their outlook on hearing that kind of stuff, and so that they understand, maybe in a way that they won't have the same imposter syndrome or desensitization of the same platitudes tossed at them over and over. I never got that. You're so smart. Yes, I am. Thank you for noticing. The other one I got was, you're so tall, which is just factually true. Yeah, what are you supposed to say to that when somebody just acknowledges something about you? It's like, okay, I am. Where did you want this conversation to go? I had somebody mention when I was, I don't know, like 11 or 12 or something like that. They were like, damn, you got really big feet. And I was like, I don't know how you wanted me to feel about that, but nothing in the way you just said that felt like a great interaction. And I remembered that, to this day, I remember that guy. And I bet he was probably just reacting off the cuff. But it was like, react off the cuff all you want, but you have to realize the moment you open your mouth and make that reaction known to somebody else, you're going to affect them in some way. You're going to engage with their emotions and their understanding of the world in some way that you can't take back. Instead of positive reinforcement, I had negative. That sucks. And I feel like that's something that too many parents are all too comfortable with doing, is just how can we teach in the worst, most avoid the adverse sort of ways. Like, oh, you don't want to do it that way. If you do it that way, here's what's going to happen. We've done that for so long too that just doesn't make any sense. I really, really do try to work with the kids in using positive reframing for almost everything. So if they say, like, I don't know, they break one of their toys or something like that, I don't say like, oh no, you broke a toy, don't ever do that again. I would say something more like, oh yeah, so if we want our toys to work well, if we want them to stay pretty, if we want them to do the things they were intending to do, how should we treat the toy? Flipping everything. Or like if they're like, I don't want to eat my vegetables. Happens even with our kids, which are, vegetable heavier kids than I think other kids are. I don't say, if you don't eat your vegetables, you're going to get real sick. But I do say, eating vegetables helps you grow a better body. It helps keep you healthy. That's a nice way to say it. Instead of it'll make you sick, say it'll keep you healthier. It gives you more energy and keeps your tummy happier for longer than maybe like a carbohydrate might, which generally carbohydrates you eat and then you feel hungrier sooner. So it's just always about the the framing in things as positive as possible, even if you have to say no. Like, can we go to the park right now? And it's like time to start their bedtime routine. I'll be like, I would love to take you to the park tomorrow. Or the park is a great place and it sounds like a lot of fun. I want to give you the most time to play. Right now, we don't have a lot of time, but we will have a lot of time tomorrow. Or whatever, just cautiously making their life seen in positives, because positives always work better for people, or at least the outcome I think is always better, right? I'd die laughing if someone came up to me and said, you got nice feet. Ugh, I mean, pervy. Frankly, if we broke a toy, it was, gosh, maybe you should have thought of that possibility before you did that thing with it. Yeah, that's pretty adverse. Could be wrong, but I don't believe in genius, unexplained virtuosity. Nobody comes out of the room reciting math theorems. I did. Just kidding. Didn't. They work at it. They're interested in it. But why are they interested? They have opportunities to exceed at it. I've also met lots of them. Never felt like they were particularly special or godlike or whatever. Exhibit the same problem-solving skills as everyone else and put their pants on one leg at a time, just like the rest of us. I would say when it comes to like being good at things involving STEM, that the number one thing that people have that are good in STEM is they have a certain amount of stability for difficulty. And most people I meet are unstable as soon as things get difficult. Hey, what's up? Yes, this is real. I like your name, Pwn you. I haven't seen the word pwn in regular usage in a long time, and I miss it. I think the world needs pwning again, so I appreciate your face. Yeah, I feel that that's the big thing, and that could be family stability, so maybe it's external to the person that's good at math and science and all that sort of thing. Maybe they live in an area where things are just better around them. Maybe they have a little less neurospicy, or the neurospicy they have is like more for what's the word I'm looking for? it's more for like systems and orderly thinking than other neurospicy, which could be like antagonistic to like loud noises or like confrontation or like opposite gender making you feel uncomfortable. Like there are neurospices that are mostly divergent and bad and are hard to work with. Like ADHD is 90% not being able to focus well enough on anything to get anything done. So STEM would be really, really hard. And the times that you would be hyper focused, maybe you could do some crazy good stuff with math. Instead, you're hyper focused on reorganizing your closet, which was not a high priority. And now your math project is going to be turned in late because you hyper focused on the wrong thing. So I think it's orderly thought during adversity. And what I mean by adversity is it's not fun to like sit through lots of math problems or going through like the same scientific experiment over and over again and just writing down the results in logs and that sort of stuff. It's taxing work to do stuff in STEM, and you do have to have a focused mind that even when things are not fun and they don't like feed you, that that you'll still do them. Almost everybody I know has a hedonist mind. Give me the tasty, the comfortable, the easy, now. And I don't know if that's inborn or if that's taught, or like why so many people are bad at being a little bit uncomfortable for a while to get good gains. I like my name too. I remember the first time I tried to masturbate, my dog bit my dick. Your poor dog too. I mean, yeah, that sucks for you, but I don't know. I'm trying to think of something better to say. I mean, do you have a trauma now based around that? Is it hard for you to feel sexy around dogs because you're just afraid that something's going to happen to you again? Do I believe in ghosts? I don't think I believe in ghosts. I don't believe that when people die, we just stop. Sort of like there's something in the back of my head that hasn't been fleshed out into a full theory that rotates around the conservation of energy. So the idea that energy cannot be created or destroyed, it's just redistributed. And if we are more than just the biology that makes up our body, if there's also some component to us that is like electrical impulse and chemicals and whatever that gives us like brain and theory of thought and theory of self and consciousness and all that sort of stuff, and conscience, not just consciousness but conscience, that those things also may disperse or may not in some way that is hard for us to understand or outside of our capability to do science upon. So we're not quite to a point where we would be able to prove or disprove what happens after we die. But I would argue, just in terms of like, you get turned on by dogs now. Oh, do you get turned on by being bitten? I was bitten by, the first time I was ever bitten by a girl, it was, I was dating somebody at the time, and it was not her. And I told her who bit me, and she got mad. She got so mad. But I think she got mad because she thought that I got bit and did like a immediate O face right then and there. But it didn't affect me. I mean, it affected me in that I said like ouch, and I pulled away because I just got bit by somebody. I think that girl was trying something that young me didn't understand, and my girlfriend did and was livid. But yeah, I have this theory that humanity, that the experience of what we are inside of our mind might persist after death, but not as a ghost. I'll go into more of that as I catch up with the other chat real quick though. Tony says, I think the biggest thing about growing up was the way my father acted about my weight. I was a pretty big kid, but nowadays I'm in all right shape. He still makes backhanded comments? What? Why? If you're in all right shape now, wouldn't he be like, you know, I'm really proud of, you know, where you've come. You know, I can see you're dedicated to your health and well-being, and that's really cool. Like, who wouldn't be excited that one of the humans that they brought into this world is in a better state, whether that's earning more money, in better health, living in a nicer house than the one they grew up in, anything. That any component of your life being better would be worth celebrating, I would think. Smart brains fire a little faster though? Maybe. I don't think brain speed is necessarily smart though, or it's not the same thing as smart. I've seen some people who are slow and deliberating, and they can come up with really great ideas or solutions. They're just slower at it. And I've known some people who are speedy, like who are like motor mouths, but they're motor mouths about just like gossipy, boring stuff, like what happened in the latest episode of Fill in the Blank show. He's massive on fitness, so my all right is his bare minimum. Okay. Fitness or diet? Because one is more of an addiction and the other is more like living for the long term. I feel like people who are into fitness sometimes overcompensate their shitty lifestyle by just going to work out, and then when they see the way they look, they're like, oh, see, it just justifies the beers that I continue to drink and the you know, whatever bad habits that they continue to go in on. Or is he actually good about his diet too? I'd imagine most people who, if you were serious about fitness, you'd be serious about diet. 70% diet, 30% activity is the weighting I think it should be. Yeah. Do you drink lean? I don't. Is that a name of a drink, or is that a style of drinking? Please explain. I don't know the meaning. So, and then going back to what you're asking about with ghosts, the ghost thing. I have this theory. I haven't expanded much on this on stream, but since somebody brought up ghosts, I figured it was worth talking about. I have this theory that much like the way we view psychology is not seen as we can find a direct answer as to how human behavior ought to be, and then we hold everybody sort of against that standard as far as, are you doing it? Are you not doing it? Is this healthy? Is this not? And we have numbers to match it all up to. You know, we don't say like, oh, your prefrontal cortex is firing, you know, this many synapses in this area, and your mood is therefore like in a good place. You have good moods. Your moods make sense. It's not measurable like that. We generally, psychology and therapy and psychiatry are about standards and social norms and mores and overall happiness and satisfaction, and kind of weighing that against a normative component of what we see in general health. And I have this theory of religion, this theory of religious thought, that if you took all of the world's religions and compiled them in a similar consensus fashion to find the normativity, you would find, stripping away all of the supernatural components, of course, because those aren't directive to behavior, but the parts that are directive to behavior. And I don't mean like what to eat versus what's like sinful to eat. I mean like how you treat other people, that part of religion, or how you treat yourself, or what you strive for, what beneficial attitudes should you take on, that kind of stuff. When you look at that and you take all world religion together, you might start to find what I would consider sort of like a normative ethics that predates our study of ethics. And so in that way, I do find some validity to world religion to be able to analyze it in sort of a big data find the normative thread sense. Now, in that component, there's a like supernatural aspect that I find repeated across world religions at high level, or at high density, I should say. And that's the theory of reincarnation. Not the theory of life after death necessarily, but the theory of reincarnation. The idea that when we're pulled under, when we lose this body and cease to live in this current form, that there may be another life that we enter somehow. There may be more to us after this one. And it happens to be such a common concept that spans culture, that spans time, and that spans almost every world religion, that it's compelling. I couldn't prove it, couldn't disprove it, maybe just a superstition, but there's something in there that feels like, why are we all agreeing without, why was the ancient world all in agreement on this without collaborating on the subject? That's a big thing. Without collaboration, agreeing on it. Toady says fitness and diet, but not like gyms. Oh, more like triathlons. Okay. It's like personal pressing for excellence sort of thing. I get it. Bitten by a girl, as a man, you just have to smile through the tears and be thankful for what you get. Now, like, my current age me, looking back on that situation, I have a very different perspective of what happened. But I can tell you, in the moment, at the age I was, and with the lack of, I don't know, common sense that I had at the time, I was just a baddie at understanding that kind of stuff, and a baddie at understanding girls in general. In that era of my life, I could tell you, I missed the signs. I maybe got like a little bit of a hint, but I also knew I was with somebody that I thought I might like to marry at the time. And the person that bit me, she knew who I was dating. They didn't like know each other, but she knew I was dating somebody. She already knew I was in a relationship. It might have been the closest chance I ever had to cheat on somebody. And maybe because I don't think like a cheater, it didn't even dawn on me that there was an opportunity there to be had. Because I had been cheated on before, and it's sort of gut-wrenching and agonizing at the same time. And so one bite on the shoulder didn't really supersede, I guess, the thought that I might try to take advantage of this situation and make something of it. But again, also, that's sort of me thinking backwards. At the time, I didn't think of the bite as like a, oh, she wants to start something. I thought of it as I got bit. Why did I get bit? D is not the type to drink lean, I promise. What's lean? What is lean? Can we find that out right now? I asked and nobody answered, so I'm just gonna figure it out on my own. Lean. Oh, it's a drug? Purple drank? Well, I know what purple drank is. Well, what it used to be. Is it's just like nameless, generic grape juice with like 5% juice in it. I suppose it's been repurposed. The word purple drank. Introduced in the 1960s. I just don't understand people and probably won't ever understand. You're not alone. I mean, you might not understand some people, but there are plenty of people out there that also don't understand people the way you don't understand people. So, guess you're not alone in your lack of understanding. Not to generalize, but boys are so clueless sometimes. Right there, right then, in that particular situation, I was. Now, there are plenty of other times where I used the boys are clueless sometimes meme to get away with not engaging in an adversarial situation. I had a lot of girls in high school, especially, who I was disinterested in because of their looks, that tried their chance at me hard. Like, they really pushed to get me to ask them to a dance or go on a date or pursue them in some way. And instead of saying, no, I think you're too ugly, or no, I'm not interested, thank you, or anything that would be actually saying my mind and actually confronting somebody on a level where they understood my feelings on the matter, even in a polite, like, non-specific way, like, I'm sorry, I'm just not on the market right now, or you're just not my type, or that might be a little more controversial. But just instead of any of that, I just ignored their signs until they gave up, because girls eventually give up if you don't show any sign of acknowledging what's going on. Girls, at least in my generation, were not taught to continue to pursue despite no feedback. Guys were taught. In fact, we were taught by a lot of rom-coms in the era that I grew up in to, you know, continue to chase. If you continue to chase, she might say, no, I'm not interested. No, you're not my type. No, I don't think so. Eventually, if you prove to her how cool you are, you will win her. But girls, to a fault, and to the last every last one of them that tried this with me, if I ignored them and showed that I was incapable of reading their signs, they just gave up. I won't say it was, as in there's no current amount of me that is this way anymore. Like, it's completely gone. But I will say I at least used to, and maybe still am, but used to be a really bad person when it comes to interpersonal interactions, and sometimes very toxic and caustic to have known. I don't necessarily recommend anybody to have known high school me. You're probably better off having not. Yeah. Only reason to be bitten is because you're a snack. I mean, have you seen younger pics of me? The signs were clear, but damn, did I not understand the language. Yeah, I did a lot of understanding the language, but I was not pursued by too many cute girls. Who I thought were cute were not pursuers. They were, you know, being pursued enough that they probably didn't even need that particular skill set. And the girls that were not cute enough to just be pursued by guys all the time started to develop the hunter skill set. And those are the ones that I wasn't interested in, because I was and am shallow. Yeah. I was explicitly taught to try no more than once. Oh. If people are interested in you, either for relationships or just friendships, they will let you know. I feel some people are, but there's a lot of, like, there's so much passivity out there. I'm gonna hide this for a second while we talk through this one component. That's the wrong thing to hide. That's the thing to hide. I feel if I measured every friendship that I have based on their activity in my life, I would be misrepresenting everybody, almost everybody that I know. The amount of people who are passionately trying to spend more time with me is not that large, but out of who they are, they're generally not necessarily like my best or closest friends. Usually like a little more distant, more what I would consider like acquaintances. The people who I find like my high value long-term friends, a good chunk of those people, maybe almost all of them, don't show high passion to spend time or engage with me, or like call or text or keep in touch at high connection levels. I don't know if that's just the type of people that I attract or the type of people that I've made bonds with, but I don't have like a we should hang out every weekend friend in my life. It's just because we're all old and busy, or because I'm high ambition, and so the people I meet are also high ambition. So we're spending so much time, working. I work 3 jobs, so like, does that allow for a lot of time for somebody to be like passionately wanting to hang out with me all the time? Not really. But I would not necessarily say that putting yourself out once and not getting a response is indication of somebody's interest. I think a lot of people have interest in people that they then don't enterprise on. Yeah. Or an experience. Yeah, could be an experience. I was taught to not even bother with relationships. Yikes. Probably wasn't a great thing to learn. The thing of it is that relationships they do so much more than just give you some friendship, comfort, person-to-person engagement. Relationships allow you to diversify. You don't have to do everything in your life if you have somebody to do some of it. If between Oz and me, we're both multi-tools, so we both like the ability to say we know how to find deals at the grocery store so we can save our money. We both know how to cook. We both know how to clean. We both know how to manage finances and accounting and stuff like that for all of our myriad business enterprises. We both know something about social media marketing. We were both nerds on child care, and cognitive development of children for the sake of our kids. But we still split off, and some things one of us does better than the other. Some things one of us hates, but the other one's willing to do it. And so part of it is just sharing the load, Mr. Frodo. It's just, getting some of it off of your shoulders and trusting somebody else to allow them to become a little bit more specialized or expertise at something than you are, so that you can do the same thing for them in some other way, right? It's all reciprocal. And also doing collaborative work where 2 people are doing work together tends to be higher productivity than one person working alone plus another person working alone. In other words, if you have a certain task that needs getting done, you could set that task, that same amount of task, like two person hours of work. You could set that one task to one person and the equivalent task to another person, and they'll both get it done in the 2 hours if they're working hard at it, right? But if 2 people are both working hard at something together that takes 4 man hours to finish, then they'll do it in less than 4. They'll work together quicker than they would individually at smaller tasks. Does that make sense? In other words, the way that humans tend toward urbanization, like big cities and collaborative environments where a lot of people are working together in one big company, you actually do get more productivity out of each human than if we all worked separately doing different things. So urbanization is generally beneficial for productivity. And that's true in a relationship too. If you stay out of a relationship, you will be less productive in your life overall. Where if you have somebody to help you with everything, then the 2 of you will both net higher productivity than either of you would have alone. Yeah, math problems. I mean, that's abstract. There's no actual way to prove like direct productivity between 2 human beings and then extrapolate that to all humanity. But we tend toward higher productivity in collaborative environments. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna look up lean. I was gonna get up on this tree to try to be a little safer, but I'm bad at jumping, so I'll just stay closer to my pit. So if I need to jump down, I can really hurt myself. My basement of my new home. I'm a mathy person. I'm math as fuck. I'm actually devising something that I might do as a full live stream, possibly a full 4 hours if it takes 4 hours to do. And that is to create a personal budget template that can be modified for your needs, for your personal budget, so that people can see some truths about personal budgeting that I mentioned in a finance stream that I want to put up on YouTube at some point in the near future. I just need to do some editing to it to make it live on YouTube. But I want to back that with a budget conversation, because I didn't present like tools or breakdown of personal budget work, but I feel like that's like the local government of finance. What do I mean by that? A lot of people get caught in the weeds of like voting for a president when they should be more focused on local government policy and local government officials in their elections, because everything really impacts you much harder at home than it does federally across the entire nation. It really does make a lot more sense to really be careful about who you vote locally. Same thing with finance. It's one thing to understand how to manage like a business or like your just money in general, but it all starts at the home, and it all starts with one person's personal budget, and then you can work from there to grow and help, you know, your greater family at large, those of them who will be comfortable with sharing their finances. There are plenty of textbooks with story problems like that. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Damien, do you ever think about playing Lego Fortnite? I don't feel like it's my... we'll do this right after the ad break. I don't feel like it's my wheelhouse. What's the word I'm looking for? Like it doesn't brand with me. It's free and a lot of fun multiplayer, good building. It's survival building, just like Enshrouded. Maybe it sounds like comedic and funny and silly. Am I wrong in that? Is it like more serious than that? It just happens to be like Lego branded, and I'm mischaracterizing it. It's not Fortnite. Yeah, but it's Legos, right? So I don't know. Like, if there's sort of like a bigger aspect to it, I don't know. You know what? I shouldn't just talk out of my ass and say it sounds like it's something that kids would play and therefore is probably not valid for a serious big brain streamer like me without actually taking a look at it. If I'm going to be serious and big brain about it, I would say no game is off limits until I actually take a look and see what the game is. Right? That would be the smartest thing for me to say. I'll take a look. I mean, we've streamed games that were like very serious on this channel, like Layers of Fear. Layers of Fear is a fucking serious game, with one part that really made me laugh though. But we've also played like Sea of Thieves, which is like if you were 12 and you watched Pirates of the Caribbean and you thought it was like the best movie you've ever seen, and all you want is to play that in a multiplayer game experience, then Sea of Thieves is for you. We played that one. Although I will also admit that playing Sea of Thieves, and maybe this is some of my hesitation, playing Sea of Thieves on my channel was stream death. It brought my active viewers to almost nothing, my revenue to almost nothing. And if I was at that point in my life really concerned with making streaming a full-time career, which I am now, I would have immediately given up Sea of Thieves at the time. But I was having a really good time. I really love that game. I don't care if it's bad to stream. Maybe I'll play it on my non-streaming nights. I really enjoyed Sea of Thieves. But I can't play that game on stream. Rumi looked at Lego Fortnite a bit. It wasn't like other Lego games. He was disappointed. Sounds like some of the kids would play it when you're playing Minecraft. Minecraft has never been like just kid oriented, right? This game was fashioned after Dwarf Fortress, which is not kid or associated. I feel like kids got into this game, but I don't think, if you look at the way that you can work with redstone in this game, you would see a game that was not designed with kids in mind, per se. I think kids glommed onto the idea of this game, and it was probably smart to make it as simple as they did to learn and get into. But this game's origins being based on Dwarf Fortress were not intentionally made for kids. Yeah. More survival crafting game from what I saw. There's crafting, building like any good survival. You can do cool custom builds. I've always thought of Minecraft as a kid's game. Really? Even with the way you can manipulate redstone? I mean, when I think of all the different ways that redstone interacts, you know, all the like logic blocks and everything, I think you'd need a much older kid, if you are thinking about a kid, to like understand that aspect of it. Now, you can play the game without doing anything with redstone, but you're missing out on a huge part of the game then. There's a lot of kid marketing for Minecraft. Yeah, well, I think once Microsoft bought Mojang's rights to the game, then they did with it whatever they wanted to do. Some of the contraptions I built using redstone are very much more erector set than Lego. There you go. Like erector set or Lego Technic, right? Redstone is cool. It was something added onto the game later. It was not. I mean, it was. It wasn't an alpha. But if you talk about what's added on later to the game, redstone is a relatively early experience in Minecraft. Some of the logic blocks came later than others, but redstone's now, I would consider like an elder block to the game compared to like Elytra, the End. Redstone existed long before the End. Redstone existed before Cherry environment, before the high mountains that emeralds first spawned in. Redstone existed before villagers. Yeah, it's been around for fucking forever. Lego's erector set. You can build vehicles. There's powered motors, I suppose, but Lego's all plastic. I would not call the building in Lego simplistic. Oh, you mean in this game you're talking about? All right. Doesn't have the awful graphics you get with Minecraft. These graphics aren't awful. I mean, I'm not using any mods. So if you're used to playing Minecraft modded, and then you look at this stream, you're like, oh, that game. That's how it looks, isn't it? Even at the outset, though, like I remember when the game came out, a lot of our promo materials were super kid-styled. When what game came out? Enough of it made me super confused when adults were buying fancy things with it. Building fancy things with it. Minecraft, you mean? What do you mean when the game came out? When it was bought by Microsoft? Or this game was... God, when was this game alpha? Can we do that real fast? Because that's when I started the game. Minecraft alpha. Java edition alpha. Alpha's fifth phase of development. Some of its version released to the public. 2010. So I've been playing this game for 14 years. Yeah. 14 years. That's almost 3 times as old as my eldest. That's one of the reasons I always thought of Minecraft as for kids. The graphics are overly simplistic. I mean, back in 2010, having a 3D graphic version of Dwarf Fortress was intense because Dwarf Fortress back in 2010 was text. Yeah, it was like this, right? Awful. Will this play? Why is this not playing for me? Ooh. Just let's not listen to you. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress used to be just ASCII characters. Did anybody know this? Did anybody play this before Minecraft? This is in 2010. This is concurrent with Minecraft. So imagine coming from this to 3D building blocks instead of ASCII building blocks. Yeah, it was simplistic, but it was so much better. Did it just go away when I alt tabbed out? I guess it did. It was so much better than Dwarf Fortress. Of course, you didn't start with the complexity that Dwarf Fortress had, so Minecraft had a lot of years of trying to play catch up. And since then, Dwarf Fortress has grown like fucking crazy now too, and now has graphics. Yeah. I know it was early in my Walmart days. Interesting. I'd never seen it marketed. I only bought it online through the website after I got addicted to Minecraft. Addicted to the alpha. You played neither? Oh, interesting. Okay, what the hell is lean? I knew we'd eventually get back to this. Pony wants to know who drinks lean. Lean or purple drank? I feel rude that they took this word and turned it into a drug word. Known by numerous local and street names as a polysubstance drink used as a recreational drug. Polysubstance just meaning mixture of multiple things, not just one medical compound or recreational drug by itself. It's prepared by mixing prescription grade cough or cold syrup containing an opioid drug and an antihistamine drug with a soft drink and sometimes hard candy. Oh, why? I guess you'd have to like boil or melt it in some way if you're going to turn that into a drink, right? And why do you need that if you've already got the soft drink? Like, what's the bonus with the hard candy added? Just extra sweet. The beverage originated in Houston. Hey, where are my Texas people at? As early as the 1960s and is popular in hip-hop culture, especially within the southern United States. Codeine/promethazine syrup is usually used to make lean, but other syrups are also used. Is it easy to get codeine, or have they made it harder since so many people have gotten high off of codeine? Flavor, because usually your mix is Sprite. Okay, so you need it to like mix things up. Let's change up the flavor. Users of lean are at risk of addiction. Is codeine addictive, or is it just that it's addictive to to have something that's fun and cheap to make like this? Serious complications include respiratory depression, respiratory arrest, cardiac arrest. Lean's especially dangerous when consumed with alcohol. So why do you drink this? Names, preparation, boring. Effects. That's the fun stuff. This is where I got excited in the DARE program because I wanted to know what everything did. It was like a shopping list of what I might want to do when I get to be an adult. Right? Did anybody else feel that way when they had the DARE program at their school? It's behind the counter now. You have to show ID. Okay, so they've been pretty solid about doing that. Codeine is an opioid. Gotcha. So it's naturally addictive. It's not just addictive because it's fun. Physiological effects of lean on the user are to produce mild euphoric side effects, which are accompanied by motor skill impairment, lethargy, drowsiness, and a dissociative feeling from all other parts of the body. That might be of interest, but I think only if I was doing manual labor, like still at my age. Like if I didn't level up through different types of work. Like my first jobs were absolutely manual labor. You might all clock me as smart, but I'm also bad at doing academic stuff, and usually the good jobs really request that you do better at academia, like show your college degree and show your acumen at solving certain types of I don't know, if you're going to be a software engineer, like if you don't have a degree, at least show them like what you're capable of. And I had none of that. So my first jobs were sweeping floors, doing greasy dishes, painting, bussing tables, just like a lot of manual labor. Smelly. You come home smelling like your job. You sweat all day long. I call it sweat equity. You know, you sweat and then you make money. So if I was doing that from the moment I graduated high school up until today, would I want to just get some lethargy and some dissociative feeling from my tired, aching bones? Probably. I could see it. It's been suggested that the super sweet combination of soda cough syrup and Jolly Ranchers provide a flavor and mouthfeel which stays on the tongue for an extended duration. That does not sound appealing to me. Like it's cloying or like it's viscous, so that's hard to like get out of your mouth. I like some mouth feels, but not that one. I was a busboy, dishwasher, groundskeeper. Those jobs were awful. They are awful. They're awful. And the worst part is that jobs where you do sweat equity you're paying more money, I think, that people don't realize because of what happens to you later in life. Like you will have to lean on the medical system more. You will require more than somebody who was able to, if they did activity, they did it out of leisure. You know, they had a sport or they went to a gym or whatever and kept up with their health through fitness means, as opposed to like we're forced to do manual labor. I have a friend who's a master carpenter. Absolutely great. You put wood in his hands and he can make miracles. Yes, I said it that way on purpose. But he's not even that much older than me, and he's like falling apart. He's falling apart because he had to put so much of his body into his work. And now it's like his medical requirements are much higher than somebody who played golf on weekends for fitness, but during the work days it was like, you know, white collar, legal or whatever, just doing something that's like, you know, putzing around and not putting heavy stress on the body. Sweat equity is a good phrase. I like it. Thank you. Sticky, yeah, candy plus you know how cough syrup is. Yeah, it's just does not sound appealing to me. The idea is if it's in contact with your mucous membranes longer, the drug absorption will be greater, so the effects are stronger. So what, you just like swish it around in your mouth and then like hold it without swallowing, so maybe you'll get like a stronger effect than if you just like swallowed it straight down your gut. I mean, I'd imagine doing that as opposed to just like letting the viscous nature of it be the only thing that holds it in your mouth. Like why not just hold it in your mouth? Just swish. Just hang out with all your buddies. You all have full cheeks and you're all just swishing at each other like chipmunks, chewing on the nut. Okay. This phenomenon is often appealing to first-time users. Leans often use a combination with alcohol and or other drugs. So it's already a depressant. It's already creating lethargy, drowsiness, motor skill impairment, and then you mix that with alcohol too. Like, do you just want to fall asleep? I feel like even young people, at some point, it would be like, all right, I just want to like lie down or sit down and like stop moving. I'm not here at this party anymore. I'm just like here on this piece of furniture. Why not at least just get like stoned on pot and do that as opposed to like all this? It's got to be like cheaper. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I don't know if the molecules of codeine in syrup are enough that it actually happens. Okay, just a fan theory. Hazards. Higher doses of depressant and then central nervous system, respiratory depressant. So basically, yeah, people's heart stops, breathing stops. Yeah. Promethazine may heighten the euphoric effects of codeine. Codeine has euphoria to it. Maybe I was always so sick whenever I had anything with codeine, I did not feel euphoric, I just felt sick. And then that's made me feel less sick. I certainly never felt euphoria. Maybe I just wasn't taking enough codeine. How dare my mom give me the just prescribed amount. Codeine syrup is a serious narcotic. Because this one has a fun name and bright colors. It can, but not for everybody. I will say, yeah, I've definitely seen a wide variety of responses just in like party drugs, even just in drinking, just the way people are. when they've had too much, that it's pretty hard to narrow down exactly how you're going to experience something. Unfortunately, with alcohol, I'm the person that stays lucid, and I would argue it's probably there's something in my brain that wants to hang on to control so bad that I'm such a control freak, especially when it comes to my brain and body, that I don't like feeling impaired or at lesser than I actually am. And I certainly don't like my smarts to be affected in any way. So that kept me away from experimenting with anything that might have long-lasting effects on the level of intelligence that my brain apparently seems to have, because I didn't want to affect that in any way. That was a scary, like, we don't cross that road sort of thing. So I learned at a very young age that when I was like 5 or 6, no, at a young but sensible and legal age, that I could drink and be like sober, and then just like blackout drunk. So I don't like to drink that much because I don't have that like loosey-goosey, buzzed, half here, half not, half kind of like goofy and silly phase. I'm just like all in control, and then suddenly I've had too much. And I don't... Why spend all that money to be all in control and then go over the edge and then have a really, really shitty night when I have too much? It did not become like a regular thing for my life because of that. I couldn't socialize in that way. I've got that too, but I also don't like being upside down either. I'm not a fan of being flipped or spun or anything like that. I also had really, really bad vertigo, debilitating vertigo, for maybe like 5 years of my life, and it went away on its own. Not after me racking up lots of expensive medical bills trying to get a doctor who would find literally any fucking thing to do to fix it, because there's nothing worse than not being able to move without violently puking everywhere, in the middle of nothing, in the middle of your workday, in the middle of driving, in the middle of using the bathroom. And it could have happened anywhere, and it did. It happened everywhere. It didn't happen so frequently that it completely destroyed my life, but it happened frequently enough that I went into medical debt to try to figure out what was going on. And then it just evaporated on its own, and I don't get vertigo attacks anymore. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck, even? But, so, yeah, for that reason, I don't like to do a lot of that kind of stuff. The addictive nature of the drink means that trying to discontinue regular usage can bring about symptoms of withdrawal. I also don't like anything that has withdrawal symptoms, because that fucking sucks too. I mean, imagine the one thing that you want to do at some point when you're in a bad spiral with anything is just to get out of it. Just to say, you know what? I'm changing my mind. I'm turning over a new leaf. And then your body, like, gives you punishment for doing that. You're like, oh yeah? Well, fuck you. We're going to really hurt you now. In 2008 interview with MTV News, Lil Wayne described the withdrawal as feeling like death in your stomach when you stop. Everyone wants me to stop all this and all that. It ain't that easy. Yeah, that super sucks. Respiratory depression is a potential serious or fatal adverse drug reaction associated with the use of codeine, but mainly the danger lies in the much more potent and CNS depressing central nervous system depressing phenothiazine-related antihistamine, promethazine. This depression is dose-related. It's the mechanism for the potentially fatal consequences of overdose, respiratory, or cardiac arrest. As with most CNS depressants, mixing with alcohol greatly increases the risk. Yeah, why would you even do that? It just seems like also you're gonna like depress yourself doubly and pull yourself out of being there in the moment. You're like you would lose being at that party. You would forget, or you'd black out or something, or you wouldn't be able to get up off the couch. Mine has never been bad like that. I just get spinny. Lucky. I find I get them too if I eat too much sugar. Interesting. I'm slowly working on cutting out all sugar, because since my kids don't eat any sugar, it's really cognitively dissonant to them to watch me eat sugar, and so I'm trying to, kill the worst, the most addictive legal substance in the United States. I'm trying to trying to quit it. I hope my vertigo just fucks off to nowhere someday. That'd be nice. I don't know how I did it, or I would teach you my ways. Yeah. History, boring, popularization, whatever. These are just when famous people do it. Notable incidents, also boring. Commercial products. Oh. They try to sell, like, actually getting this? Legal commercial products loosely based on the concept. Oh, okay. So it's probably, like, not even. Commercial product contains no codeine or promethazine. Claims to slow your roll with herbal ingredients such as valerian root and rose hips, as well as the hormone melatonin. Aww. It's like the paisley skirt patchouli smelling hippie version of Purple Track. Anti-energy or relaxation drinks on the commercial market use the name Purple Stuff, Sip and Syrup, and Lean. That's cute. That's cute. They're gateways to the dangerous illegal concoction. The marketing push has been described as akin to the making of candy cigarettes. Anybody ever had a candy cigarette? I had one when I was little. I don't know how the kid... I went to some kid's house that was like absolutely trouble. And he had them. They tasted like they were from like the 1950s. I don't know what happened, but they were gross and like... Yeah. But they had like a powder inside of the paper wrap that made them you could blow on the cigarette and it would spit what's the word I'm looking for? It would spit that powder and make it look like smoke was coming out of it. So it was like, oh, I'm smoking, but if you inhaled, you would inhale that powder. I don't know what was in it, but you don't inhale because now you got powder in your lungs. Probably just make you have a coughing fit. But yeah, definitely a gateway drug to try to get kids to start smoking cigarettes. For a good while, I thought smoking cigarettes was cool. And then I thought it was super uncool, and I was really straight edge, and I was very much against anybody ever starting smoking. I thought it was the dumbest thing ever. And then I dated somebody who smoked, which was, you know, maybe not that smart on my part. But she was really cute. Really, really cute. And then afterwards, I thought, oh, maybe I'll try this. And then I got scared that I would get addicted because I watched people fight for such a long time. Yeah, kind of like having a corridor right here with trying to get unaddicted to cigarettes. That was like, I would really be playing with fire. Like I get addicted to things really easily, especially when it comes to a computer, with like gaming and stuff. That I've always been scared about doing anything involving gambling or substance abuse or anything of the sort that I wouldn't be able to stop. And I do have trauma triggers with food. So, you know, if I feel like I'm in a traumatized part of my life, the first thing I do is try to medicate it with food. So that all makes me very nervous around different things. Also, I don't know if this is true of anybody else, but when I grew up around a lot of smokers. Because, you know, it used to be more in vogue. If you go back, look back at some older generations. And the thing with all the smokers in my family, or just people I knew by proxy, they were all cool people. They were all fine. They were nice, regular, good people, I guess. But once they started to need a cigarette, especially if they didn't have any nearby or if they had run out and need to go to the store or something, they became the shittiest people I knew. Is that the case for anybody else? Like, that was the biggest anti-smoking thing in my life, was watching adults just suddenly act like absolute monster toddler shitheads because their body was missing something that regulated their behavior. And I was like, what? That to me, I was like, all right, I never want to be like this, because when you're like this, I want to put you in a fucking timeout. I want to spank you. I want to, you know, make you go sit in the corner with a dunce cap on your head because you're fucking irrational stupid little bitch right now. And this is like 12-year-old me thinking this of like somebody who's like, man, I'm just like itching for a cigarette right now. We got to go to the store. I got to go. Well, come with me to the convenience store. And I'm like, hell no. I want to spend time with you. You're cool. And then suddenly not. I don't like that. Nickafits, they're brutal. Yeah. I don't know if it was just the people I knew in my family, but they were like really bad. Really bad. I think if I knew people that regulated when they were having withdrawals from nicotine better, then maybe I wouldn't have been so afraid of starting smoking. Maybe I would have started to. I don't know. Probably not. Maybe. I don't know. Who could say? But that was a big anti-smoking PSA, is to just watch people absolutely lose their shit and be just like just like mean, stupid and mean when they normally aren't. Like if somebody's just regularly stupid and mean, I already don't like them. But if somebody's cool all the time and then becomes stupid and mean, that's worse almost. Because we had a pact that used to be cool. Used to be cool 15 minutes ago when you still had nicotine in your bloodstream. Also, when people stop smoking, maybe this was just the case of the girl that I dated, but when she was smoking, her breath smelled like cigarettes, which I don't mind. I actually like the smell of. But when she was not smoking, her breath smelled like I wanted to break up. Smoker's breath, when it is not actively being refreshed by a cigarette, is one of the worst smells I can think of on the human body. And I hate the way human bodies smell. I'm like Agent Smith when it comes to humans. I think most people have a stench about them that I can't stand. And I barely tolerate the few people in my life that are close enough to me that I smell them on a regular basis. If it's not for like products and regular washing and shampooing. But if you add like a habit, like smoking and drinking, that both affect what comes out of your pores and out of your lungs, you're in an immediate deficit to me, because I have to like hold my breath around you because I almost can't stand the way human bodies are like that. The only thing that's equivalent, that's near equivalent to those, that's not considered a vice in our country, is when people have high red meat diets. I can smell it through your skin. I can smell it through your secretions, and you smell horrible compared to somebody that eats fish or is just vegetarian. Like high, I'm talking about like high volume meat. If you're a high volume red meat eater, I can smell the rot through you. Yeah. My dog said I'm too much of a control freak to be prone to addiction. I hate giving up control. Yeah, I've got an addictive behavior, but there are a number of reasons why I do really crave my control though too. I had a moment like that, but it was my mom, with my mom and Salt. She'd been on one of those stupid diets, and we were out one day and she had one piece of pizza and she got hugely puffy all over. Oof. Gingivitis? Yeah, gross. Like if what you're doing to your body causes this awful reaction to a single piece of pizza, you're doing something wrong. Yeah. Obviously. Yeah, I used to know one of my first like big crushes in my life. She was addicted to bread, pasta, and pizza, and she had a bread allergy. So it was like she was constantly going through some sort of mild allergic response. It made her like the quality of her voice and her nasal passages like stuffy and funky all the time. I still had a crush on her, mind you. I was willing to overlook those things, but I also felt like this is not really smart of you, right? Like if you know that this is happening to you, why do you continue? Why do you persist? Why do you continue to do this? It'd be like somebody who's like lactose intolerant going like, I know I sit on the toilet for 5 hours every day, but cheese is just so tasty. It's like, yeah, well, enjoy your 5 hours on the toilet every day then. That's how you're going to be. All right, hey, it's been 4 hours and then some. So, and I carved out a spot, but then I didn't do anything because the conversation was just that engaging. If I start like focusing on like what building materials and adding and gathering all that kind of stuff and like trying to like sort out what I'm going to do with the actual build, I will disengage with the conversation. And Wednesdays really are much more about the discourse than they are about the finish this thing in Minecraft in 4 hours. So I appreciate your faces. I like that you are willing to hang out with me and talk deeper concepts while I kind of half-assedly play a game and get bare minimum things done. I'm probably going to go over to that tower and be someplace a lot safer than my area that has almost not enough torches to qualify as safe whatsoever. We'll go over to Fancy's area. Okay. Yeah, I think we got through a lot of different conversation revolving just faulty ways of thinking, and a couple good debunks and a couple good explorations in there. I would call tonight a success, and I have you all to thank for it. If you're here for more than just discourse, probably don't come to the rest of my streams, because all of the rest of my streams are becoming more and more discourse heavy, even though there's not a dedicated topic at hand. I think what it is like, basically Wednesdays are the days where I prompt you guys with something like, let's really dive into this at a deeper level. And the other days are becoming discourse days, but we just don't have like a dedicated topic. So you guys can hijack those days easily and turn it into something interesting at your whim. There aren't any torches up here either, but it seems like nothing spawns. Maybe these are half blocks. No, they wouldn't be, or else they would. I don't know why. It's probably safe up here. I hope it's safe up here. Yeah. All right, let's go here. I've got a cat who seems to have developed a mild allergy to his food. He refuses to eat anything else, though, but he's a cat. Yeah, I'm much more forgiving of a cat doing that than when a person decides that that's how they want to live their life. Come see my floating island skeleton of the building when you get a bit. That would be awesome. I'll check it out. All right, folks, if this is your brand, if you do like having these challenging conversations, deep insights, questioning, debating, arguing about the veracity of your ideologies, and possibly reprogramming your status quo, then come join me every day of the week. We do this Wednesday through Saturday, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, 4 hours per stream. Wednesdays are generally a prescribed topic. Thursdays are retro games. Right now we're doing the Mother series, aka Earthbound. We're on number 2, which is the one where Ness comes from if you've played any of the Smash Brothers games. Fridays we do multiplayer games. I'm not sure if this Friday is going to be Enshrouded or the Red Dead role-playing server Sin County, but it will probably be one of those two with the usual suspects: Lost, Takumu, Nico, Oz, whoever I can rope in. And then Saturday we're going back to, or Saturdays are puzzle games. We're going back to Myst 4. We are in a place where you all have led a lot of the experience. I know that I get stuck and it takes a while to get through parts of the game without guidance. I do appreciate some mild guidance to get us through without incredibly taking up too much of your time watching me wander through the same 50 rooms trying to figure out what to do next. Yeah, we've been playing through all the Myst series. If you are excited about the idea of seeing all the Enshrouded early access content so far, all of the Mother series so far, all of the Myst series so far, and continuing to see those franchises, you can go to youtube.com/DamienHalme, subscribe, turn on notifications, go find a playlist, put it on, watch through it all. If you've watched through it all, figure out another playlist to put on. Why? Why do I want you to watch all my playlists? Because I'm shooting for partnership in 2024. You can help by watching lots of watch hours. The watch hours are the one metric that I don't have for partnership. I checked all of those boxes when I started in YouTube within like a year of starting my YouTube channel, which was super cool at the time. And then YouTube changed partnership requirements. Now they are heftier, but I've matched every single one of them again, a second time for partnership round 2, except I'm missing a very hefty amount of watch hours, which was not a previous requirement. And so you can help, and you can help for free or for the cost of electricity for running your computer and having a browser tab open, watching a playlist of my old videos. Yeah, that kind of stuff. If you haven't already made a kick.com profile and added me there, please do so. Kick.com/DamianHalme. I'm at 1/3 of the total amount of followers I need for affiliate there. And much like the YouTube story, I've already checked off every other box needed for affiliate for Kick because I'm awesome. What can I say? I mean, I'm okay. I have imposter syndrome, so I'm probably not that great at the end after all. No, I'm just kidding. I'm all right. Today, I feel like I'm all right. And if you're on Twitch, you're just awesome as it is already. And there are Twitch things that I swore were changing in 2024. Some of them I feel like I implemented right at the start and I haven't been curating them well enough. I do want to go back over that list and see how we're doing. We're at about the mid-year point. So there are things that I started and then dropped off on. There are things that I promised and still haven't come to fruition, namely something right behind me that would change my backdrop. I have updates for all that kind of stuff coming in the very near future. So I will dedicate maybe another Discourse stream, the next one or the next one after that, to breaking down, talking about all the kind of stuff and explaining the future of Twitch, YouTube, Kick, and maybe some other platforms here in the future as massive, massive things change in August. What changes in August? At least one child starts school. So will that change, transformatively change Oz's and my lives? You betcha. Lots of big changes happening this year. So I want to fill you in, and we will soon. Keep tuning in so you can be there for the entire ride. And yeah, just thank you all so much for everything you've done. YouTube and Kick, I'm getting rid of you early. Twitch, stay around because I'm going to raid you out to somebody else. But if you are on YouTube and Kick, I will say goodbye right now. If you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. And I'll catch you on the next one. Twitch, hang on. Bye, everybody else.